Hello everyone! Silent Hill 1 runs.
Disagree.
I'm still on that.
Six in row leg,
Six in row leg, six in row leg, six in row leg. Six in row leg, six in row leg. Six in row leg. But yes, pursuing the Sub-32. I think it's it's Sub-32 in Silent Hill 1. That's what we're doing today. That's my game plan. That's what I'm about. That's what we're doing. Time to reset. 12 million runs in the pursuit of greatness. Oh, the streamer. He's on camera. That's crazy. My camera, once again, is doing that thing where it doesn't... It's not really positioned. It's like slightly higher than I'd like. I want you to be able to see, like, not... like the empty space above my head. This is about right. The problem is that the camera, like, slips backwards. It's like, it's on the monitor, but it kind of falls a bit backwards. Somewhat, it's annoying, alright? You understand? This is annoying. But alright, hello everyone. Hello. Silent Hill 1, who we got here? Nacho, Narakami, Newfang, hello. Hellish Freeze, Egg Noodles, Mallow, Squid Girl, Grimzan, Grim Grimalkin, Twisted, Eps, Elipf, Keenan, Darksider, Lord Gregory, Chief Beef, and Ecliptics. Hi, Cleppy. The plushie cam's the biggest one. What's my biggest one? That's a good question. I think, hang on, size comparison is necessary here. Is Isabel taller than... I think if you count the ears, Cinderace is slightly taller than Isabel. But is Cinderace taller than Meowscarada? Nope, still a little taller. Donation incentive to buy me the life-size Lucario. Isn't that like $2,000 or something? Yeah, no, this is the Cinderace is I think the biggest plushie I own in terms of height. All right, did my options take? It did, yes. I would consider Isabel bigger in terms of overall size. But for whatever reason, I interpreted the question as tallest. For $20 for the life-size Lucario, where would I even keep that? In the room?
Cheryl? Is that Cheryl?
In your home, on your bed.
Where are you going?
Oh, that'd be a great idea, actually.
Hey, wait! Stop!
So I had a thought. My thought is that at some point in the next couple of months, my parents are coming to visit me. No reason, they just feel like it. And I was like, what if I just put like the life-size Lucario plush in the guest room and just don't mention it? Keenan, thank you for gifting 5 subs. Maniac Purple Tentacle, Tetel, Lizard Business, Halcyon Vibes. And Iago, enjoy your gift subs. Yeah, like, what if I just put the life-size Lucario plush in the guest room bed and just didn't mention it? Because yeah, I have a guest room apparently.
What is this? What's going on here?
Like, what happened with that is that I have the bedroom where I sleep, and then at some point, someone I knew was just like, I'm getting rid of a bed. I was like, do you want it? And I was like, yeah, go on then. Got nothing else going on in that room. I mainly just use, like, the other room. Everyone's got the one room that just, like, stores random crap. It has no other function. I have that room, and I decided I'm just going to put a bed in there as well. I had room. There was room in that room. So now I have a guest room with a spare bed.
Radio.
It
What's
is
going on with the radio?
never, ever used. Sometimes, instead of sleeping in the bedroom, I sleep in the other room. It's great. I have choice of multiple sleeping areas for no reason.
This is not true.
Variety is the spice of life. Bougie ass. Bourgeois? Boogie? Boogie? Bourgeois? How do you even pronounce the short version of that? I don't know. Yeah, I know. Get my ass. I'm a member of the upper class. I have 2 bedrooms.
I disagree.
Cheers, Punchy.
Sothan, thank you for the 33 months of Prime Gaming. Does the football cat have a name? You mean this thing? This is a rabbit. That's a Cinderace. It's from the hit video game series, Digimon. Surely you've heard of it. I mean, that specific one? Oh, no, not really. You thought it was from Monster Rancher. Why did 2 people go to Monster Rancher instantly? Excuse you, it's pronounced Digimon. Oh, of course. I beefed it yet again. So I don't know about any of these things. I don't know what's cool with the kids. Pokemon, go to the polls. Leave me alone. Hey, Joester. Thanks for the good luck. Working on that Sub-32. We're reaching the point where the PBs are scarce and very challenging. I'm slightly over 30 seconds out from world record, which in the context of Silent Hill 1 is a lot, but in the context of normal video games is not very much at all.
I disagree.
Eris, thank you for the Prime Gaming. Thank you very much. Did you guys know you get a free sub to a streamer of your choice if you have Amazon Prime? It's true, it's true, it's true. Use it on your favorite background noise material today. That being me. I need to burp, but it's gonna be like a fucking 2 out of 10. That was pretty light, man. Reset that burp. I'm not gonna reset it.
That's disgusting.
A dud.
This run's a fucking dud. +3. My chat has just evolved into an argument about how to pronounce the short version of bourgeois. Because it's not a word that when you actually know how to pronounce it, like how do you shorten that, you know? I think a lot of people probably just say boogie, even though it's like not quite right at all. Bougie. Bourge. The boosh. Bougie. You can't put a Z in a pronunciation guide and expect me to get it. Fuck, I didn't get up to it properly. Well, I don't know what to make of that. That doesn't help.
I disagree.
Wow.
I forgot about Prime subs.
Incredible. Grimzan, thank you for the 14 months of Prime Gaming. Well, at any rate, I didn't stream yesterday because I was finishing the game that I'm making next video about. Which means I can add one game to my list of untranslated games that I have completed. One of the things that's nice about, like, the part-time thing that I do now is that I can just dedicate entire, you know, days to recording. And that's helpful. The thing about that, though, is that when I dedicate, like, you know, 6 hours in a day, about approximately, to playing a game, I get 6 hours of footage. When I dedicate 6 hours in a day to editing a video, I get approximately 6 hours of editing done. Although not 6 hours of completed video. It's not a 1-to-1 ratio. The ratio is actually very bad. Now, this is not true of writing the script. Now, if I spend a day trying to write, I do not get 6 hours of writing. It just doesn't manifest that way. Is it Siren? No, it's not Siren. I finished an untranslated game. The Siren games are all translated. You will find out when I make... I feel like I'm really building this one up to be mysterious, but I don't know, I like keeping it a secret. Oh, sorry, it's not going to blow your minds. The whole idea is that people probably haven't heard of it. Is it a horror game? Yes. Ooh, that's close enough. See, Will knows what it is because he also has played it. That one fighting game with the sickle weasel in it. I have no idea what you're talking about. Interesting movement. Good day, sports fans. We're seeing some really interesting movement here today. Ah, too wide. We like guessing games. Guess away. Oh. You probably won't get it. Maria for the PS1. That's not a bad guess. It's wrong, but it's not a bad guess. If you get it, will he tell us? No. Yeah, the general way I do my YouTube video stuff is recording, script, editing, obviously. I mean, you need to have the shit written and the thing recorded before you can edit, so that's always the last step. But I collect the footage first and then write the script after. I feel like that's probably a pretty normal and intuitive way of going about the process. Do I like Dead Space? Sure. I played 1 and 2, I thought they were pretty good. I thought 2 was the better of the two. Was the remake any good? I didn't think the remake was any worse than 1, at least. That's a very loaded statement. I did actually like the bits of the original that they removed and replaced with different bits that made more sense with the core mechanics. But also Dead Space PS5 has a bunch of really obnoxious modern game things that I do not like in the slightest. So you like Callisto Protocol as well? No. I thought Callisto Protocol was in fact extremely bad. Dead Space PS5 has a design choice in it that has been giving me brain damage ever since they put it in the game, and like I'm not over it. I'm just not. It's the tram thing. He's gonna talk about the tram thing again. I'm not over the decision to do that. It's such a profound waste of the tech. Such an extremely bizarre idea that I don't understand how that got to final. You assume I didn't bother with the DLC for Calypso? No, of course not. I thought the game was really bad, so I didn't bother. Need the PS5 version? No, it's on every version. No, the thing I thought was extremely bizarre, and I have no idea why they did it the way they did, to the point, like, I can't understand what the hell was going through anyone's brain when they came up with this, is the fact that when you, go to different areas of the ship in Dead Space, you have to physically sit through the train ride to get there. Fuck this run, by the way. That's the straw that breaks the camel's back. So if you want to go from, like, the front of the ship to the back of the ship, if you want to partake of one of the side quests, or just simply, like, I don't know, collect resources again, or during the handful of portions of the game where you need to go back and forth, you have to sit through the goddamn train ride to get there. And sometimes the train ride arbitrarily halts. Like, to do a stinger chord or whatever, and it's like, why? It's not hiding a loading screen? No, because it's on the PS5. If it faded out and faded in, it would be faster. They made you sit through a simulated train ride because they now have the faster access speeds on the PS5 to the point where they can seamlessly load the world in as you travel through. Why, though? It doesn't fucking add anything to the game, but extra waiting time. A normal loading screen would be shorter. It's dumb as fuck. I have no idea how that decision got through to final. It's absurd. It's such an incredibly poor use of modern technology. We have faster read speeds. We can make loads even faster. It uses it to waste 3 minutes of my life every time I want to go somewhere. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why did you do that? The areas look different? No, because you can't see much outside the tram. Immersion. Like, if you travel from the front to the back, it takes longer, because it is physically traveling through the space. It's a longer train ride. It's like, but why? It doesn't just fade out and fade back in when the game loads in.
What's going on here?
Why did you do that? Why did you make it that way? That is absurd. That is one of the stupidest things I've ever seen in a video game. That is not the split. That's not the split either. Because in the original Dead Space, when you pick a location on the tram, it fades out to a loading screen. And then it loads back in when it's done. So then you can play the game again. Dead Space Remake will make you wait. And sometimes this will take longer than a 360 game because of it.
Cheryl?
Woo!
Is that Cheryl?
Absolutely all that did not make it into my mouth properly.
Where are you going?
Drink like a baby. Get it everywhere.
Wait, stop.
Overall, the Dead Space remake isn't bad though, but that specific design decision drove me nuts. Like, written explanation on my desk by Friday for why the fuck you did that. This is a thing I've talked about a lot before. It's a trend with modern games that drives me absolutely crazy. Is the just the total unwillingness to do a load screen, and instead replacing load screens with a bunch of time-wasting bullshit.
What's going on here?
When a normal load screen would be faster. My RNG is bad. So very sad. But don't I like realism? No.
Cheryl? Is that Cheryl? Where are you going? Hey, wait! Stop!
So we got these PS5s with SSDs in them, and the load times can actually be really crisp on a PS5, and they choose not to. It's weird. Hey B-Man, happy Monday! What's so happy about it?
What is this? What's going on here?
Oof. Yeah, with my luck with the game, I just... Really? That's not close enough for you? And you picked up the health string? What the fuck? Bruh. Yeah, with my luck, by the time I finish making the video about the game that I just finished playing,
really?
someone will have then released a translation patch for it, because for some reason that's... If I ever think about covering a game, someone releases a translation patch for it. Which, in theory, should be a good thing. So, you know, it's in English now. That makes my life much easier.
This is not a dream. What's happening to this place?
I pressed the walk button 3 times and the game dropped it all 3 times. Very cool. Thank you, Silent Hill 1. It's about germs? No. I'm probably not doing a full video on germs. I just don't think there's enough material in germs to make a full thing about. Like, I got most of the interesting stuff in the short thing I did, where like half the video is actually about germs. I feel like if I was gonna make a video about germs, I would spend half of it just remaking the thing I already did on it. Before I could think, because like that covers approximately the first like 4 hours of the game pretty well. Yo, Ed, thanks for the raid. Welcome, everyone. Hi. I'm Punchman. I try to go fast in the Silent Hill 1 video game. Thanks for the good luck, Ed. Hope you had a good stream. What were you up to? There was some drama surrounding the translation patch. It wasn't really drama, it was machine translated. The guy, like... That's a bit harsh. It was translated not from the Japanese, but from the existing Spanish patch, and in cases where the guy couldn't work out what the Spanish was talking, translated the Japanese to get some idea of what the scene was. Which isn't ideal by any means, but I don't think there's anything, like, wrong with what he did, you know? It's not like a moral objection. It was one guy who produced a translation patch kinda quickly out of, like, the materials he had to hand, which, like, it's fine. The thing with it, though, is that when a translation patch exists for a game, groups tend to not produce a second one. Like, people don't want to step on each other's toes. So there's usually one patch per game, so in that sense it kind of makes people mad. Because it's like, oh, you know, this one guy is using the space for a translation patch that could be for a better one with his kind of, like, thrown together patch. And that's like a culture problem, more than a problem with the individual thing. Like, it's not morally incorrect to bodge something together quickly, you know? I guess, so I think. I think you gotta be, like, at least a little bit careful about it, because you are, like, representing someone else's work when you do a fan translation. So it is important to put your best foot forward. But on the other hand, the guy was pretty open about how he threw it together pretty quickly on his own with just the tools he had to hand. Because I don't know. He was honest about it. He wasn't trying to hide or deceive anyone. He was pretty upfront with the fact that it's like, I threw this together kind of quickly. I don't actually speak Japanese. I use the Spanish for, like, all this information comes from the guy who made it directly. There's nothing wrong with that. Nevertheless, I wouldn't use it. Because I can actually read Japanese. So I don't need, like, a half-baked English patch. It's not for me. How are machine translations these days? For Japanese, and video games especially, basically still worthless. Fairly basic issue that machine translation can't work around, ever, just due to the nature of how Japanese as a language is structured as, like, what pronouns to use. I know, pronoun talk, scary. Pronouns in script! But no, Japanese is a pronoun drop. Let's try that sentence again, Punchy. It's a pronoun drop language. So if you feed a line of text into a machine translation that involves a reference to a person but doesn't involve explicit reference to what their, you know, pronoun is, and it very often won't because it's a pronoun drop language, the machine translation just has to guess. Which is why if you translate large blocks of texts about, like, describing a person or, like, talking about it, like, in reference to it, it will very inconsistently jump between he and she at total random. Because Japanese just doesn't encode that information into sentences, not inherently. You need context. That's a very basic issue. There's wider issues than that. I ran into a phrase the other day, but I wasn't sure what the hell it was talking about. Because it involved an expression that didn't make any sense to me. So I googled the phrase, and obviously, like, then Google Translate pops out automatically, and it didn't know what the fuck it was talking about either. I've forgotten what the exact Japanese phrasing was, but it's something like, The actual literal meaning of the phrase was something like, I twisted their nose. Harry, how did you not open the door? Are you stupid? The exact phrase was something like, I twisted the bridge of their nose, and I was like, that seems a bit violent. But it turns out it's an idiomatic expression for dampening someone's pompous attitude. You stick your nose out. You're proud. You mean like that. So what it actually meant was something like to put someone in their place. To keep them in check, not to twist their nose. But I'd never encountered this turn of phrase before, and quite similarly, the computer had no fucking idea what to make of it. Mason. I'm having a lot of Mason sucks moments today. Like, how did you not open the door off that? Interpretation was to give someone a hard time to bust their chops. Something like that, yeah. That's the idea. But the form it took was just not something I'd seen before, so I wasn't really sure what to make of it. Just shit like that, I don't know. I'm not a fluent reader of Japanese, for what it's worth, so I run into that kind of problem, like, all the time. How do I practice Japanese? Just via video games? Via anything I find interesting. I read people's tweets. I read people's tweets, I read books, I read manga, I play video games. Primarily video games, like I'm a gamer first and foremost. He's a gamer! I do also, like, do dedicated, like, study, though. I have flashcards and I practice those. But typically I just engage with material I find interesting, and that serves me perfectly fine. I was trying to find Japanese opinions about Unicorn Overlord, because that game just came out, and I thought, how about I read a take from someone who's, like, presumably familiar with strategy RPGs, because it's not a genre with an amazing foothold in the West. Instead, I found a review that hilariously just complained about the fact the game doesn't have furigana, because apparently it involves a lot of military terms, and this user was like, I do not know what any of these fucking words mean, how do you pronounce these? It's like, who is this game for? It's like, a younger audience definitely can't play this, was like the bulk of their complaint. So I find this hard to read, and a younger person is screwed, was the general thrust of their review. So that was funny. That made me laugh. Don't know if I think it's like an incredibly valid complaint, mind you. But it was nice to know that apparently I'm not the only person who has that problem, because, yeah, I also find the military terminology. So I've played Fuga Melodies of Steel in Japanese, and I found the military terminology in that game very, very hard to follow. Why are you walking, Mason? Don't walk. Run. This is beside the fact that if I was going to play Unicorn Overlord, I'd probably do it in English anyway. Actually, I don't imagine I'd have a choice in the matter, unless I wanted to import a J. I doubt you can choose language from, like, the menu in that game. And it's a console only, so you can't simply, like, choose the different language from Steam's dropdown. Yep. Did it get my input or not? I definitely pressed down. Did it work? Yes. I just didn't see it. Which games tend to swap the system language? Well, I'm not getting it on the Switch. I mean, if I was going to get it at all, anyway. Getting it on the PlayStation. If I'm going to get it on something, it's going to be on the PlayStation. Company that seems to hate PC. Yeah, Vanillaware just doesn't port their games to PC. Oh, why? I don't know what their fucking deal is exactly with that. They don't port anything. They don't port nothing to nothing. If you got a PlayStation, there's a whole bunch of games that they're never going to port to PC that you can get. You can get Grim Grimoire once again, 13 Sentinels, Odin Sphere, Dragon Crown Pro. It's a whole bunch of games. Console only. Console only gaming. Saying that was on PC? It's not, no. None of Vanillaware's games are on PC. None of them. Given that Vanillaware basically ran out of money for Minotaur Underboss, I don't know if they have the funds for porting. Well, you see, the thing about PC is that I have a solution for their problem of not having any money. And it involved selling the game to more people. Like, it's definitely a weird personal hang-up they have and not a business decision, because the fact they found the money for a fucking Xbox port but not a PC port is crazy on face value. Like, no shot you think that's more commercially viable. Simply not backed up by the data at all, in any way. Regardless, this doesn't, like, bother me a tremendous amount. If I wanted to play the games, I would just get them on the PlayStation. But there is something very strange about the fact that they don't have a real rationale for it. They just don't want to. Played this game before? No, this is my first playthrough. I've never played Silent Hill 1 before. It's never happened. Put a Odin Sphere survivor stuck on the PS2 and the Vita. There's a PS4 version. Odin Sphere was ported to the PS4. It's Muramasa that didn't get off the Vita for whatever reason. but not on PC. No, none of them are on. None of the Vanillaware games are on PC. They just don't do it. They just don't. Workable line. Love to see it. I did it! Golden split. All bosses suggest some or one is skippable. Which ones? Twin Feeler and Sybil. 2. Sega Atlus Publishing, they might eventually do it. Atlus, the reason we know that it's like a problem with Vanillaware in specific is that someone asked like an Atlus representative in an interview, like, what about PC? And they went, per our agreement with the developer, no. And they're like, okay, so it's them. Like, it's not a publisher thing, it is, like, Vanillaware specifically doesn't fucking want it. That wording very specifically implies that Vanillaware actually ruled out them porting the game to PC. Like, who the fuck knows why? Simply do not have that level of insight into what is going on over there. But it's from the way that interview sounded, if Atlus and or Sega had it their way, there would be a PC port. Obviously, right? Because they want more money. And, like, Sega and Atlus's PC ports are actually pretty good, on the whole. Persona 3 Reload's port's pretty good, Persona 5 Royal's PC port's pretty good. Persona 4 The Golden's PC port has dual audio, which I did not think would ever happen, because, like, those old games never get that shit. So that's nice. Why, when I press the button to turn, does the Mason, like, just not? Yakuza Infinite Wealth's port's pretty good, launched out the gate with no problems, which is an increasing rarity in the modern world. I just could not tell you what's up with that. I just couldn't do it. Not my place to say. Now, see, I'm told the thing that happened with the Judgment PC port is not that the person didn't want a PC port, but it was his casting agency. Because he's a member of a talent agency group called Johnny's, and this is like a whole thing. They are notoriously fucking crazy about media coverage regarding depictions of any of their their actors. Like, if a magazine cover happens to have a Johnny's member on the front, they'll be, like, incomplete silhouette, like they're in the goddamn witness protection program. It's fucking crazy. It's absurd. Like, seriously, look it up. It looks like a joke. And this was never really confirmed, though. Like, it might have been the fact that Johnny's didn't want it on PC because then people would have access to, like, direct access to high-quality files of one of their popular members. You know, like model likenesses, that kind of thing. It seems very Johnny's. It seems like this was never confirmed, but it's a very Johnny's kind of thing to do. So it's plausible. But is it true? We don't know. We do not know. It was a popular theory, but I never really heard any, like, confirmation one way or the other, and I don't think we ever will. Yeah, like, it's on brand for them. It's a plausible explanation.
What's this?
Because for a while, the Judgment games were in this very bizarre position where they clearly had PC ports, but they were only available on streaming services.
I disagree.
Wow. Lost and the Damned, thank you for the 5 months of Prime Gaming. Thank you very much. Hey, hello, Beans. Hope I'm having a good one. I'm having a good one. I did grocery shopping today. I was at the shops. Amazing. I don't know why that makes me feel good. I don't know. Just getting stuff done. Productive. Way. Sustaining basic existence. No, doctor! Fuck you! That sucks. Ah, that's not the one, Chief.
Was I dreaming?
It's a shame, that was a pretty decent hospital right the way through to the end, and then I got dock blocked. Is still PB on this one? Probably not. Anyway, in Speedrun news, I caught wind of something very interesting about Resident Evil Remake lately, which is that apparently the leaderboards for that are being entirely reconstructed. Because it was recently observed that apparently having a faster CPU, or at least a CPU the game agreed with more, resulted in a time save every single door you went through. So they're abandoning the IGT once and for all, and it's going to move over to a load remove timer. They're in the process of, like, retiming everything and, like, retooling the tools for this new method. And honestly, I'm very glad to hear this, because I was not sure if I was huffing mad fucking copium when looking at some of these better runs. It would be nice to see, when it's restructured, to have a very clear idea of what the hell is actually going on. Because I'm not gonna lie, there were multiple times where I looked at a faster run than mine on the leaderboard, and I was like, how is this faster? Why is this so much faster than mine? You know? I was like... I entertained the idea that it was like a hardware thing because I'd heard something about that before. But I dismissed it as cope. I was like, nah, I'm coping. I'm huffing copium. Where are you aiming? I still got it! I 100% thought that was gonna fail. Mason not only just didn't aim correctly for the first shot, he like whiffed, he like had to re-aim for some reason. Somehow still got the one cycle off of that, even though that was probably the worst way you could do it. Least sensible one cycle. Still a one cycle though. Yeah, okay, but the problem, unfortunately, is that if they go to load removed time, which they're going to do, it means that there's no longer going to be a separation on the leaderboard between vanilla runs and door skip runs, because obviously the doors are load time, so they'd be factored out, so they're just, the boards are just being smashed together in one now. Like, you can run with doors now if you want, or you can run without doors if you want, but it no longer, like, has a factor in how the time is decided. Which is theoretically a good thing, because it no longer creates this hard split between runs of a certain age. Now it's all together again, in one unified system. The problem is that it will expose my runs as bad. So what do you mean I'm now being ranked against all of, like, the really optimized fucking 6-year-old runs? This is shit. That's not fair. What the fuck? I am being exposed as fraudulent. That's not very nice of them. Oh, Mason, get around the fucking corner. Will those include consoles? No, I think those are still separate. Oof. Ah, it's doing the bug. That was bad. Just get better hardware, Mr. Streamer, of course. And then Harry just ignores the forward input. Nice one, dude. Fucking nice. Great job, man. Bang up fucking job there, Mason. I held forward for like 6 full seconds, and only after I started holding right, the game just fucking ignored me. Nice one, dude.
Cheryl? Is that Cheryl?
Why is that so fucking loud today?
Where are you going? Hey, wait! Stop!
I was trying to, like, mess with my fucking volume settings. Get this shit out of here as well. That's, like, uncomfortable. Yeah, that run had a lot of Mason fucks up for no reason behavior. That's a bit more reasonable. In terms of the volume.
Cheryl? Is that Cheryl? Where are you going? Hey, wait! Stop!
It's very quiet for us now. Well, unfortunately, the speaker is sat next to my head. But as is, that was like blasting my skull off. That is too loud. And yeah, the mix is different for me, because I'm currently plugged into the console, not the computer.
What is this? What's going on here?
Open the door.
What's that? Huh, radio. What's going on with that radio? This is not a dream. What's happening to this place?
It happened again where I pressed the walk button 3 times and the game ignored it every time. You want to do a slight walk there so it's easier to line up with the door, but the game keeps dropping it. You know, you sure there's a like why his name is Titus and not Titus? It's because it derives from an Okinawan word. From where Okinawan Tida, meaning the sun. Scotty, thanks for the raid. Welcome, welcome. Hope you had a good stream. Celestial weapon is sun, isn't it? Yeah. Because he's named after it. He's named after the sun. His name's Titus. Tida. Because Okinawan is like a whole other branch of the Japonic languages. That sounds like a joke, but that branch of it really is called the Japonic languages. Playthrough Cultic is fun as usual. Cultic is good. I liked Cultic quite a lot when it came out. I assume the guy is working hard at chapter 2. Ooh, that was a bit weird. I had no idea where I was for a moment there. Yuna is named for something moonish? I have no idea on that one. I think Yuna's just called Yuna because Yuna is a name. That's a pretty normal one. Ah. I'm sure there's some lore behind all of them. But I don't know what it is. I never got, like, the ultimate weapons when playing Final Fantasy X. Because I don't have infinite free time on my hands. Hey, Simon. Ew. Ding! Yuna is a feminine Japanese given name. It can have many different meanings depending on the kanji used. That's true. However, in the context of Final Fantasy, I don't think it uses any kanji.
I disagree.
How are you doing, Punchy?
Alright. Doing alright. Well, lucky. Thank you for the 6 months. Yeah, I'm doing alright. I've signed myself up to play PS1 games for like 4 hours today. You know, at this stream, that's what I mean. I mean this stream. That's how we do. Living the part-time streamer life. Why, those lockers are the fucking worst, man. You really want to cut the corner, but you can get stuck on them. Kingdom Hearts 2 pronounce the name as Tidus and not Tidus. Fucking Final Fantasy VII Rebirth pronounces it as Kate Sith. It doesn't make it right. The English locks get this wrong all the time. Dissidia pronounces it the right way. Makes it right in the FF7 remake universe only. Can I pronounce Kate? No, it's a Gallic word. It's pronounced Ketchi. Of note is that the Japanese is actually more correct about this than the English is for some reason. They like the English producers of Rebirth looked at this and chose to be wrong on purpose. Like, as a prank. I presume this is, like, an attempt to undermine the Gallic languages. Mom, Final Fantasy's trying to start an international incident again. Crack. Crack. Pop. Etc, etc. It worked, whatever. Hit the door funny, but it worked. It's all right. Too wide. One of many reasons that Final Fantasy VII Rebirth sucks. Can't even pronounce the names right. Final Fantasy discourse in the stream. Strafing. They call it Final Fantasy, but there's like 20 of them. Am I right? When's the Final Fantasy already? Is it Aerith or Aerith in the remake? Fuck, what one did they go with? I already forgot. Aerith, right? Like that's been like that one's I think has been the standard since the original game. For what it's worth, right, the Aerith and Aerith thing is of a completely different substance compared to the Ketchi Kate Sif thing. Because Aerith is a made-up name. Like, that's the only thing that matters there is that they're consistent about it. It's just one of those things where there's ambiguity between how you render a name in Japanese versus how you render it in English, because they don't have the same phonology. And it's a made-up name to begin with, so either is correct, it's a matter of, like, commit to one, dude. And they have committed to one. They're committed to Aerith. The problem with Kate Sith / Ketchi is that that's a real fucking... That's a thing. That's a thing from Gallic. Which is a living language, still, barely. I am very far away. Very far away from the goddamn valve handle. how is the Cornish language nowadays? Pretty much extinct. I don't think it's, like, on life support. I'm pretty sure Cornish is, like, actually gone. Like, sometimes you hear grumbling about, the prospect of a language revival, but, like, it's already gone. That would be reviving a language that has died, which isn't impossible to do. Is Welsh still alive? Yeah. Welsh is probably the most alive of, like, the non-English languages spoken on the English in the United Kingdom. Probably. Considered extinct until recently on Corner. Surprising they managed to get it that far, honestly. Fair play. I'm of the opinion that that is a good thing, shockingly enough. Whoa. Yeah, I've been to Wales and there was Welsh everywhere. And there were plenty of times when I was in Wales where my inability to speak or read Welsh was like a problem. Because I did, in fact, encounter people who spoke Welsh but not English. And I do not speak Welsh. How commonly do British people know Welsh? If you're not from Wales, odds are basically 0. There is 0 expectation that you would know how to speak Welsh outside of Wales. And 0 expectation that someone who is not Welsh or has decided to live in Wales for a long period of time would know Welsh. I've never ever encountered the language outside of Wales. But as soon as you step into Wales, then obviously you encounter Welsh quite a bit. But whether or not how much that matters depends on where you go. I went to somewhere that was not like the sticks, but it was fairly rural. It was like not in the big cities. So consequently, my inability to speak Welsh was like sometimes an issue. Pretty much anyone below the age of, like, 30 can speak both Welsh and English, mind you. That's not gonna work. Fuck. That was too deep. Why has my PB gotta be, like, good? That's so cringe. It's much more fun when the PB is easy. Any language y'all speak fluently? 1. I only speak English fluently. I can read Japanese, as is noted, as it's like a semi-major part of my, like, content on the YouTube. But speak fluently is too fucking generous. Would not describe myself as fluent. The chair, the chair, the chair. Just who knows about the chair? Hey, Ken Dog. Thanks for the good luck. I was gonna say, I think if you're not, like, British or American, you probably do speak more than one language, right? Like, that's pretty normal. I don't speak any language fluently. What is the world record for this category? I don't know. Such information can be found on speedrun.com. I don't have it memorized. So to take a secondary language for some level before GCSEs. In the UK, yeah. I've told this story many times before, but I'm gonna tell it again because it's like it's really cool how my my education got completely fucked up by this. But the foreign language I was made to learn in high school was assigned randomly to the incoming freshman. We don't say freshman in the UK. That's not a thing, but that's the best way I can think of to explain the concept. Randomly. Yeah, just half the incoming student body got assigned French and the other half got German. Yeah, there was no chance of that. That was impossible. Trash RNG. Kind of messed up. Yeah, no, it really was. And actually, you know, me having had a few years of French education under my belt at that point, naturally got randomly assigned German. Yay. Okay, very cool. I didn't want to play this one anyway. Maintain my German? Nope, I dropped out. I just stopped showing up to class. Because, no, I could not swap to French.
Cheryl? Is that
Even on request. Like, it got to the point where my mother, who also agreed with me and was like, this is bullshit. What the fuck are you guys doing? Like, was up their ass about it, being like, no, seriously, what the fuck is that? What do you mean it's random? That's insane.
Wait, stop.
They still wouldn't move me over, so I just stopped showing up to German class. So did they let me do it? No. The thing about not being let to do something, though, is that it's all bullshit. You can just not do it. Like, says fucking who? Just go somewhere else. Yeah, I was never going to get a good grade in that class anyway, because I obviously started it on, like, really... It's not a good relationship to start a student with a subject, is being, like, forced to do it under duress, you know? So even if I had bothered showing up, I wouldn't have done very fucking well at it. I didn't want that.
What's that? What's that? Huh, radio. What's going on with that thing?
Radio.
This is my dream. What's happening to this place?
So, the incoming random select thing was also a load of hotch. I distinctly remember one person I went to high school with who got, like, the fucking easiest ride possible at random select on that. Because when they came in and they were randomly assigned, they got German as well. They're a native speaker. They were from Germany. So, like, they basically just slept-walk through the fucking class. It's like, great. That was fucking pointless, wasn't it? What a great idea random selection is. I don't think I would have retained any French even if I had done it, but I might have come out of it with a qualification at least. Why is it random? I don't know, it's just a dumb thing that my particular high school did, probably because they're assholes. Not to get too deep in the weeds on this one, but I do not have a very high opinion of the British education system. Like, for instance, I still think it's insane how much of a shared cultural experience it is between people of, like, the classroom stress dream that we all still have, even though we're, like, anywhere from in our 20s to our 30s. Like, I still have those nightmares, and it pisses me off when it happens. So I am in a test room for a test I haven't studied for, and I'm freaked out, and I wake up and I'm like, why the fuck am I still having these dreams? Why does that still happen? So and everyone, like, whenever I mention it, it's like, oh yeah, I have those as well. Why? Why do we all have that? That's horrible. That's trauma, baby. I've never had a nightmare about my actual job, but I have had many nightmares about school. It's trauma. Everyone went to the same place. It's trauma, though. You had a nightmare where you skipped all your classes and had a final coming up? I lived that experience, actually. Although I don't have nightmares about that. Because I think I told this story on my... Like, didn't I tell this story recently, or was it on my Discord? I forget. But I went to university, but I didn't end up completing the course, because it was just completely wrong for me, among other things. It was not it. It was not it. I did not see a future in it. Past a certain point, I was like, this is clearly not it. And frankly, I'll be honest with you, dropping out of university was one of the best decisions I ever made in my life. In no way do I regret that. But it left me in a weird position because I couldn't just leave, like, halfway through the year. If I left halfway through the year, I'd be on the hook for, like, all of the payments related to the cost of tuition for that year. And I was like, wow, that would put me several £1,000s in the hole instantly. I don't fucking have that amount of money. So what I had to do in order to not technically be on the hook for that was play the year out but fail the final on purpose. So I had to attend enough classes in order to not, like, get kicked out on, like, failing to attend basis. But then I had to take the final and just fail. Because somehow that worked out cheaper than just bailing halfway through. Hey, Dr. Hell. It's very stupid. It made no sense. Turn in a blank final. I showed up and I just guessed my way through the paper. I mean, I didn't need to fail it on purpose, but I had to, like, complete the year, you know? Like, I could pass and just not show up for the next year. Just, like, not enroll. Can't force you to enroll. But realistically, around, like, you know, I wasn't going to continue, so passing didn't matter, so I didn't show up to, like, half my classes. So I showed up to the final being like, I have no idea what half of this is, I'm gonna, like, just write random numbers. I actually, to this day, do not know what I scored. I didn't check. Because I did not actually care what my result was. So I have no idea what score I actually got. I don't know if I passed or not. I mean, I'm pretty sure I failed. Like, 99% sure I failed. Because, like, fucking weeks after I'd already returned home, I got an email from one of my professors being like, hey, I need you to come into the office, you know, to have a chat about your options for progression. Which, you know, decode the politeness means you failed, what the fuck? Like, what are we gonna do with you, mate? And I sent them an email being like, that's grand, mate, but I've kind of already gone home, so don't worry about it. Did I ever try Amnesia the Bunker? I did not. You know, the thing I studied at university is I did physics. Which, besides being just kind of difficult on face value, really wasn't for me, and I kind of knew that going in. So why did you do it then, Punchy? It's like, well, I don't know, 16-year-olds aren't renowned for their good decision-making. It was like a stereotypical smart boy subject, and it was like one of the few things I was reasonably okay at in school. So I just kind of arbitrarily floated along that general line of logic. But it didn't pan out because I wasn't really that invested in it, and I didn't actually like it that much. Shocker. Well, I actually probably would have wanted to have done at that point, because at that point I taught myself fairly, like, basic Japanese already. It's something I did over the summer holiday once. So I did consider the options for, like, what if I got into a Japanese language course at university? There basically aren't any in the UK. They don't really offer that. Like, there are some. There's a very small handful that I could not, for various reasons relating to location, cost, and very bizarre entry requirements, I could not get into any of them. Even though it would have been infinitely better suited, because it's a thing I already, like, kinda knew what I was doing with. I pressed walk and it dropped it again. That's becoming a real fucking problem. But one of the stranger, like, entry requirements necessary to get onto a language course at university was to already have a pre-existing language qualification at GCSE level, or A level rather. And well, I got fucked on that, didn't I? Because I wanted to do French, and they random selected me into German instead. So that little thoughtless dumbass thing they did may very well have cheated me out of a degree, all in all. But I guess nowadays I don't really need it. Nothing I currently do at the moment really requires any kind of formal qualification. So who cares? I'm definitely a little bitter about it, don't get me wrong. Revealing quite a bit about myself in the process of explaining all of this. Now I do PlayStation 1 speedruns. What a trajectory. Where's the uni course in being streamer? God, that'd be so grim. You know, someone did DM me once. asking, like, you know, how do you break into, like, Twitch streaming or whatever. It was someone who'd seen a video of mine on YouTube, and, like, they were also a YouTuber. They're, like, a reasonably sized YouTuber. And they were asking me, you know, like, how do you make this thing work on Twitch? And I was like, I have no idea. I've been streaming for, like, 10 years or something. It's like, advice is difficult for me to provide because the trajectory I took to get here is very, very strange. Try being in a Games Done Quick event approximately 7 times. That worked for me. Started secondary school in the UK in 1991 and your school did the same coin flip. So it's not just me who's had that life experience of, like, that totally fucking everything up. Or at least it's just, like, because I feel like I'm crazy when I say this, because, like, no one I've ever talked to has had that happen to them. It's like, your school was weird, man. It's like, I swear that happened. I swear this was real. I did not choose German, because why would I have done that? Like, even as young Punchy, like, well, I have several years of, like, study in French at secondary school. It's like, why would I have picked German on purpose going into high school? That just, like, that doesn't make any kind of sense. Get this guy out of here, by the way. Get this guy out of here. Today on the Punchy stream, real hours, real shit. Real sad. Eventually, I ended up doing Latin as a course at high school when I was presented the choice, because I honestly couldn't think of a better thing to do with my time, and you had to pick so many. You had to pick yay amount. The fucked up thing that happened about 2/3 of the year into the Latin course that I was taking is that the teacher in question got really ill. So he was just not around. It's like, oh, okay, you know, so you substitute person, I don't know, like, they pull a second teacher in. There wasn't one. There was no one. No one within, like, apparently a reasonable proximity, like, had the capability to teach Latin, so there was just fucking no one for, like, the final third of the year. Great. So, unless you were, like, really, really dedicated and good at learning from the textbooks, you were totally fucked. It's like, everyone else who went into that exam was, like, at such an incredible disadvantage because the teacher basically just stopped showing up for half the year. Hilariously, I passed, but only because I aced the literature and completely bombed the language, which somehow averaged out to a C. And I really do, like, when I say ace to the literature and bomb the language, I really do mean that. I got flat fucking 100 on the literature and 0 on language. It worked out to a C. Because Latin doesn't give you 2 for, like, Latin and language, it's combined. It's combined across two tests. But it counted as a pass. It's a pass. You know, no job, like, queries the fucking GCSE scores. It's just a thing. You can just put it as, like, I got a GCSE in that. It's like, yeah, man. I mean, no one cares about them anyway, really. If anyone went through something similar when the teacher was basically never on, turns out they've been telling the students he was sick, but not telling the school, so was fired for fraud. Ah. Well, that fraudulent teacher. My Latin teacher was not fraudulent. What happened is that at around the 2/3 mark of the academic year, he suffered from a slipped disc in his back. So he was in just constant pain. Which was not good. Like, it was bad. Like, he was not fucking with us. He seriously, like, really needed the time. But there was no one else, there was no one to replace him, so we were just fucked, you know? GG. Because it turns out having no formal instruction for, like, half the academic year is not very good for passing tests. Are you walking, Mason? Stop walking! Go faster! I'm just sleeping in the Mandarin class because you didn't take the subject? Man, I didn't even have the option to do Mandarin. Your options for foreign language at a British high school were German, French, and Latin. That was it. It's like, no Spanish? No. Man, I almost didn't get that. Anyway, that overall. I need to think of a new topic now. I'm bored of this. But that's my life advice. Drop out of school, don't go to uni, speedrun PS1 games instead.
What's this?
Print that in the papers. Professional live streamer. Life advice. I'm a good influence on the kids.
I disagree.
Stay in drugs. Don't do school.
MDK, thanks for the 7 months.
You use selective words. What are you planning?
What am I planning? I don't even know what I'm planning anymore. Quit school, play video games all day instead. That was a fucking good turn. Where's this? I couldn't find my foot pedal. It's been so long. Ow, just...
Was I greedy?
Yeah, make long form video essays about untranslated video games on YouTube. Much more lucrative career choice. Makes way more sense. I mean, that's the thing with the youth, right? Apparently the most desirable job among the youths of today is, like, YouTuber or influencer or something like that. And, like, it's easy to see why. People always point that as, like, you know, the kids to these days, they don't have real role models. And it's like, I don't know, man. I think I get it. Maybe I think that because I loosely categorize under one of those. The fact is that it's incredibly broad, you know? I think it takes work. It takes work, but, like, it is cool when it works out. Like, on some level, half of my livelihood now derives from playing PlayStation games and making videos about PlayStation games on the internet, and that's nice, because that's a topic I like doing. It is work. You know, these things don't, like, make themselves. But it is something I find infinitely more interesting to compose than anything, like, I do at my actual job, you know?
I disagree.
Osmo Silver is my role model. I too aspire to have my room be infested with roaches and mice. Six and spin, six and spin,
Sucks and
six and
sucks and
spin,
spins,
six and spin, 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 six and spin.
How long is it gonna go for? Hound, thank you for the 24 months. Infested with roaches and mice.
Cheryl.
I tell you what I have a problem with in terms of animals being in the house when I would rather they not be. Fucking slugs. Cause British Kitchen, right, faces the garden. British Kitchen faces it. So I sometimes have a problem with, like, slugs getting in through, like, the funny holes in, like, the skirting boards or whatever. You fill them up, and they still find a way to get in. It's like, why do you keep doing this? Why are you like this? It's annoying. This is not like a recurring issue. It's not like an infestation or anything. I've gotten it way down recently, but every so often, one will somehow find its way in. And I'll be like, how the fuck did you even do that? I've not, as of yet, really worked out where they're coming from. Yeah, salt around my house. I gotta put salt around the house to ward off the evil spirits and the slugs. It is, annoying. Slugs, every region has a thing, yeah. Slugs are at least, you know, harmless and not very fast and... But, you know, pretty gross. I'd rather not have that in the kitchen. that still hit me? That's fucked up. I live here. That took one more shot than I would have liked. But the positioning was great. I think I shot the second one too fast. Moths don't even have stingers. Is Silent Hill stupid? Are they stupid? What are they, stupid? Do they know? Just get a pet hedgehog to eat the slugs. That's a great idea. However, then I will have a hedgehog in my house. And that is its own conundrum. Frog pond around my house like a moat, but then I'll have frogs. I don't want frogs. I don't want any creature in this house. What the fuck? That was the goofiest way to do that. He didn't move. I picked the wrong direction, but he still didn't even move, even when I ran into him, so I just pushed him out of the way. That wasn't good in terms of movement, but that was very funny. Why did it let you do that? That guy was having no like, that was so, he was so unbothered. Ah, but now he's bothered. Now he's bothered, like, oh, he's bothered, he's big. No, he's unbothered still. Okay, he was a bit bothered. Nice, I didn't fuck up the final line then. Yay. I'm not getting a pet spider, I'm not getting a pet bat. Bats piss everywhere. Do you guys know that? Do you guys know that bats just piss everywhere wantonly? We did not know that. Bats are tiny. They cannot, like, hold the weight of piss. So if they need to pee, they'll just do it, like, whenever they need to. Like, they won't, like, take a moment out from what they're doing to pee on purpose. It'll just expel out of them at any opportunity. It just, like, it's like a free flow lane. So if you get a pet bat, expect to be finding, like, shit and piss everywhere, because they'll just do that constantly. Why did Mason not open the door? Yeah, rats are the same way. Like, they don't control it. They don't, like, go to the toilet. If they have piss and shit to expel, it'll just happen automatically. They don't think about it. Because they're too tiny. Have you ever weighed yourself before and after taking a big shit? Because that you'll find out the reason why the small animals are like that. Think about it. It makes sense. No comment. What? Like, I've got bathroom scales. You need to take a shit. Weigh yourself before and after you take a shit. It's funny. Thus just you can ascertain the exact weight of your shit by doing math. It's great. You know, I don't like keep track or anything. I'm not like a weirdo or anything. Sometimes I just like do it before and after and then think it's funny because like, heh, big shit. Show us the Excel spreadsheet. Fuck no. That would be very strange. Yeah, I could have saved more time. Why did Harry not open the door? Because my bathroom scales are located in the bathroom, which is, you know, where the toilet is. Just makes sense. Eating while watching the stream is a bad idea. It's always a bad idea. It's a bad idea. You should actually... Don't eat while watching the stream, and especially don't watch the stream while doing something else. Like fucking... Like you playing your RPGs in another window. Again. Like all of you are doing. What are you playing over there? You playing...
Disgusting.
If you're playing Dead by Daylight in another tab, fucking close that shit right now and read a book, asshole. Do something productive with your life. Like me.
No.
You're crocheting. Okay, that's pretty good. I like that. To be clear, this isn't like a vendetta against like playing video games in the other tab while playing. Or anything. This is a vendetta against Dead by Daylight. Are you playing one of those soul-sucking multiplayer games that like exists to just make you angry? And don't like even have a transferable... Again with this shit. Well, that probably just fucking killed the run. If it was in with any kind of chance, getting knocked over at the top of the stairs just probably dealt a death blow to that. You know, I've played League of Legends, so you've known it to speed of anger. I have played League of Legends before, and it's how I know that that game is fundamentally bad for the human condition, and you should not play it. Failed on stop too. I got to platinum rank in League specifically just to outrank a quote-unquote friend that was in my friend group who acted like a complete dickhead to everyone else in the friend group on the basis of rank. So when we would play League and we would like inevitably like not do tremendously well because it's a video game where sometimes you lose, he would get really, really shitty and aggressive and would pull rank to be like, you know, but I'm the highest rank player here, so I... You know what I say, I know best. So I got platinum rank just to tell that guy to shut the fuck up. God damn it. I would have saved time on that. We aren't friends anymore. On a related note. He stopped hanging out with us after I did that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Particularly because I got there playing support. Ugh. But I got there primarily playing Sona in specific. Sona, like, easily being my strongest character by a factor of, like, 2. I don't think there's ever been a point in the game's lifespan where Sona has been, like, bad. There's definitely been some points where she's been kind of mid, but never bad. Either way, once I sort of stopped playing that game with my friend group, I sort of stopped playing it in general because there wasn't, like, it's just, it's not good for you. I don't think there's anything, the thing about this is I don't think there's anything theoretically wrong with the way League is designed, like, as a game, on a game design level. It's all the externalities that make it more frustrating. Like, I don't know, I had a very zen attitude to it. Contrary to what you might expect from my very... from ooh, streamers, speedrun, ooh, he mid. I honestly think I had a pretty good attitude to League Ranked. But at the same time, it's like, I could be quite... Sorry, I'm counting. You know, like, the losses, they come and go, you know? The only person who controls... Good fight. So you're the only constant in all your games, etc., etc. Like, definitely sometimes you have frustrating sessions, but that's just the nature of, like, matchmaking. But even so, past a certain point, I was, like, definitely... I felt like I was spending a lot of time on something that wasn't enriching my life. It's like, does this spark joy? Not really. I got to Platinum and I felt like I was, like... I think I peaked at, like, Plat 3. And I was like, I think I'm good, you know? Like, mission accomplished. You know, my friends all stopped playing it, and I didn't for a while. I kept going with, like, the ranked grind, because I'd kind of gotten into the zone with that. It became a habit, but eventually I just realized there wasn't, like, anything motivating me to keep on with it, and the game itself is, like, kind of not fun to play in a casual capacity. You can't really play... That's the thing, you can't really play League casually. You can try, but they really try hard to make it very unfun to do so. Like, sure, you can just play quick play and goof around, but people will still yell at you because people treat it as, like, practice for the real thing. But the thing about it is that goofing around in League is also just not fun. League is only fun if you try to win. League is only, like, a compelling and interesting video game if the players are actually, like, trying to win the game. This is, like, something that is not true of something like Team Fortress 2, which very frequently can be fun, even if you are completely goofing off. Like, whenever I play a Team Fortress 2, I don't even remember the results of the games I've just played. It's like, oh, you know, I lost every game I played. I don't think about it. It doesn't... Whenever I come down off a League of Legends session and I'd like, lost 3 games in a row, I would be not, like... grievously angry, but I'd definitely be a bit miffed, you know? You'd feel bad about it. It sucks to lose your games in a row. Team Fortress 2, I come off a session of Team Fortress 2, I have immediately forgotten what the win-loss ratio even was. It just isn't important. Or even when I sometimes, not infrequently, but not incredibly frequently, but not never. Sometimes I log on to Left 4 Dead 2 and I play versus. Just match into random versus, which is terrible because it will just drop you into horrible games in progress. But even so, after I've like played a game or two of Left 4 Dead 2 versus that way for whatever reason, I don't remember whether or not I won or not. It's just like, it leaves my brain instantly. Like, who cares what the results of the game were? It's not important. Oh no, really? Yikes. Why was that so slow? Why was that death so fucking slow? Jesus. Oh, that sucked. The 2 verses full of tryhards? Oh, absolutely. But, like, I don't remember. I'm not one of them. I mean, I try to win, generally. You know, a game is interesting when you try to win, but the point is that winning or losing doesn't, like, put me in, like, a mood. Because I won't retain the results of the game after it's over. It's just a difference in attitude. That's the thing. This is why I don't play a whole lot of, like, modern multiplayer games. They're very difficult to enjoy casually, and I don't have, like, the ranked grind in me anymore. I don't have time for that, because I do, like, streaming and make videos and stuff, whereas the ranked grind makes, like, quite a lot of demands on your free time to, like, keep up and play enough games to get a stable sample size. I think the only multiplayer game I really play in that capacity anymore is Mahjong, and even then I haven't been playing that very much lately. I'm just gonna YOLO this because I've run out of fucks to give. Yeah, it didn't work. You gotta be lucky to get that. No, game, you fucking asshole. Look at the picture. Wrong movement. Don't use the analog stick for that room. It's intuitive to do so, but don't. It's the wrong idea. Alright, this is likely not the one. That nowhere was not good enough. But we'll finish it. I gambled. Being 2 seconds behind, I gambled at the end on getting, like, the YOLO dodge to save a second or two. I gave it a try. That was a good attempt, though. I'm gonna go pee!
Daddy.
Cheryl!
Thank you, Daddy. Goodbye.
Cheryl? Can't be. Can't leave like this. This can't be happening. Cheryl! Cheryl!
Estoy soñando, sí, solo imagino, todo esperando, ojalá que así no fuera. Es solo otro día, otra noche fría, no sé si me buscas o si me esperas. Puedo ver en tus ojos y también tu rostro, quiero ver mi amada y dormirme abrazada. Dime que me no puedo dejarte y menos olvidarte, no puedo saber.
Did I weigh myself before and after peeing? No. Yeah, it was a good go. It was a good attempt. That's about right per the splits. I think team games are a lot easier to get frustrated as it opens the door to that mindset of I lost because of my teammates. Here's the thing, right? Sometimes that's true. sometimes you really do lose because someone on your team is playing like ass. That's the thing, but also you don't have any control over that. Like, as a corollary, the current, like, competitive multiplayer game I probably play the most of is Mahjong Soul. Riichi Mahjong. And sometimes you do lose because your fucking draws are garbage. Sometimes you pick up the tiles, and you do not get the tile. And you gotta, sometimes you make the safe discard, the safest discard you could make, and you get blown the fuck up for it because the other guy was waiting on, like, the least likely thing possible. And you have to sit there and be kind of annoyed and be you have to think, that's fucking irritating, but that was the right decision. You know, it's like, you can't be dissuaded because it fucked up that one time. There's always a margin for error with that kind of thing. So you can make the right decision, and sometimes you still will absolutely eat tremendous shit. But you gotta just you take the breath and go, okay, that fucking sucks, but that was the right decision. I made the right decision. It's fine. Sometimes you get blown up like that, but as long as you make good decisions on average, it works out. It's the same way with it's the same way with team-based games. It's like sometimes you do lose because one guy on your team fed mid like fucking 6 deaths like an asshole because he just kept dying and was bad. Sometimes you lose because someone in your team suck. Sometimes that person is you. Sometimes you're the losing player. But sometimes it's not you. Sometimes it's just not, and you just gotta shrug and be like, okay, well that blows. Some games you just don't win. It's not the one. It's not the one. And the thing is that kind of resilience, that stoicism, is really difficult to come by in, like, the average video games player. I'm not an exemplar of this. I have absolutely gotten angry at Mahjong before. It is turn 5. I will discard the white dragon, as there is already one white dragon already discarded, thus decreasing my chances of getting, like, finding the other one, as, you know, one of them is already gone. Ron, Daisangen. That is a real thing that happened to me once, and I was like, are you fucking serious? For those of you who don't know, that's like a limit hand. It deals the most damage of all the hands. Turn 5, someone had Daisangen Tenpai. In a 4-man game. The odds of that are, like, in the millions. And, like, he hit me with it. And I was like, are you fucking serious? So I got run over by a unicorn that day. I stopped. I was like, I'm not playing any more Mahjong for the rest of the day, dude. That's bullshit. That is bullshit. I lost 90 rank points for that shit. Come on, man. The rank system should account for acts of God. That is bollocks.
Where are you going?
It's funny now. At the time, I was not happy. I was very unhappy.
Hey, wait, stop.
Anyway, that 3211 I just got, that was pretty decent. It's nice that I can get runs kinda close. It's always a game of the little things, Silent Hill 1.
is this? What is this?
What's going on here?
What's going on here?
My RNG is cringe. Cringe. Can't believe they made that DVD map into a full game. Banned. Hey, Princess Carrie, how go the runs? They go alright. No PBs, but they're kind of hard to come by now. Had one that was within 7 seconds of PB, and that's pretty good. That's not half bad.
Cheryl? Is that Cheryl?
That's alright. Man, in that run as well, the 32-11, I got knocked over by a romper at the top of the stairs. Again! It's like, I can't catch a fucking break.
Stop!
The RNG is dead! My RNG sucks, I deserve Challenger. So, sorry, someone asked me if I was, like, looking forward to the Alone in the Dark remake, and I completely blanked. I'm probably gonna play it. I don't know if I'm, like, excited, but I'm probably gonna play it. Might be good. Yeah, probably. When does that come out? Soon, I think. Like, less than a week? Yeah, the 20th? They've made the irritating decision to release it on a day where I don't have a full, where I have work. How could they do this? Why are you not strafing, Mason? Game is that? Alone in the Dark remake. Well, Alone in the Dark reboot. Ooh, that was a bit dodgy. Yeah, Alone in the Dark reboot. It's a high budget horror game coming out, and it looks like it's actually a game with mechanics, so maybe it'll be cool. Maybe it won't be. I honestly don't feel like there's a lot to go on here. Do you know one thing I've been looking at in the Steam sales is apparently the Walking Dead, the Walking Dead Telltale Definitive Series is like 75% off, and you can get it for like a tenner. I never played Seasons 3 and 4. Thinking about it. But I feel like I'd have to replay Seasons 1 and 2 in order to, like, if I'm gonna stream it, chat needs context. But, like, Season 1 is, like, the most beloved season, you know? But I never played... The thing is that I really just want to play the bits I never got around to. Because I kind of fell off the series at Season 2. But it's also just like a lot of time to commit up front, right? That's the other thing. I think between all 4 potential seasons of this thing, where I would need to replay from the top. Because no matter how popular Walking Dead Season 1 was, there's going to be some people who haven't seen it or don't remember it very well. Is it in total? Isn't it like a 50-hour series? Aren't these games like roughly 12 hours a piece? Something like that? No, no. Cringe!
A dud.
I don't know if that was actually reset worthy. Resetting felt like the funnier option.
Cheryl? Is that Cheryl? Where are you going?
So I'll be, on this stream, I'm always struggling with the balance between speedrun content
Wait, stop.
and playing stuff that I think is interesting, because I like to play video games. And I don't want to be known as, like, the guy who only streams, like, Silent Hill speedruns, even though that is, like, the most popular thing I do by a mile. You know, I do like speedrunning the Silent Hills, that's why I come back to them every so often. Live Harry Mason reaction.
What is this? What's going on here?
He hates Silent Hill. He hates it. It's trash. He doesn't like it at all anymore. Nah, that was fucking grim. He hates Silent Hill. Was the reset worth there? Yeah. That was garbage RNG.
Cheryl?
Yeah, why
Is that
am I playing Silent Hill 1 when I could be playing Chrono Trigger? Becoming a more learned individual who knows more about
Where are you going?
the history of video games. Is the RNG in the animation
Wait,
specifically?
stop.
It's in whether or not they grab you properly or not. Enemies in this game like to just take a nap sometimes, and you want to die quick. Per the name of the very first split, the goal of this split is to die quickly. Sometimes if the enemy doesn't attack you in the right way, you die slowly instead. That is bad. That is classically known as going slow. And that is not recommended. Whoops. The thing about speedruns is that you should try to go fast. If you do a thing that's slow, don't do that.
What is this? What's going on here?
That's good. Yeah. It's the kind of wins that you can only get from a 7-time Games Done Quick participant. It's like the fucking IQ bell curve meme.
What's that?
0 IQ, just go fast, lol.
Huh, radio.
100
What's going on
IQ.
with radio?
You must study precise door angles and positions and practice on a room-by-room basis until you really have the exact feel for the mechanics. And furthermore, make sure you understand how position and your relationship between you and the enemy affects bullet damage, because it depends on range, especially for the shotgun. 200 IQ, just go fast, lol.
This is my dream. What's happening to this place?
Just do it. When there's a fast thing, just do it. When discussing submission times with Wolf, what you did when you submitted marathon was round PB up and add 5 minutes. Generally, I round to the nearest 5. Is usually how I do it. Like up, not down. Never down. Never round down. When do you find out if I'm in GDQ? I don't know. At some point. I don't know, like months from now. What the f- Get this guy out of here! Hey Empress, get well soon. Glad you're enjoying the streams. Glad I can be of service. People get cocky with their estimates every year. I don't, it's just, I don't know. The estimate isn't like a hard limit for your like vaudeville hooked off the stage. It's an estimate. Being like around the estimate is fine. Being a little over is fine. Being a little under is ideal. Being massively under can be just as bad as being massively over. I don't know, I think I generally do an alright job with that. I don't think I've ever been, like, massively over or underestimate. Crick. Why is it bad to be massively under? Because you've now made a huge hole in the schedule. Of course, this depends on, like, a run, right? Like, if you're playing, like, sort of a longer RPG and you end up maybe, I don't know, 10 minutes underestimate, maybe even 15, that's not a huge deal. Maybe you just were really, maybe your run was just really, really good, you know? Things happen. Because particularly for, like, a longer run, you're encouraged to plan for the worst-case scenario, and the worst-case scenario inevitably sort of balloons out in more of one direction because there's just more points of failure in a longer run.
I disagree.
This recip is brought to you by me screaming at an Excel spreadsheet and considering dropping my job to live my life as a beast in the woods.
That's a pretty good approach. I approve. Overwhelming Shotgun, thanks for the 10 months of Prime Gaming. The Beastman lifestyle is a good one. But you still have to pay taxes. I think I get why people do it though, like, give an estimate that can sometimes be a bit too generous. You know, or one that's like too strict, because they're trying to put on a show. You know, I'm good at the video game, I can do the thing. And particularly if you go even a little bit overestimate, Twitch chat likes to use, you know, overestimate, But being like a minute or two overestimate is not a big deal. It's just not. Like, the estimate is for scheduling and nothing else. When the estimate is lower than PB is your favorite. I did that once by accident. Probably why I didn't get in. Oh, bonk. I remember one time I submitted Dino Crisis and, like, forgot that the timing method we use for that game is IGT, not RTA. So I submitted with IGT, and it's like, oh wait, there's like a fucking half-hour discrepancy between those two. Shit. They did not take it. Pee-pee poo-poo. I submitted Dino Crisis again this time, and this time it has the right conversion factor. Hee-haw. The thing about that is that normally IGT and RTA in Resident Evil games have no meaningful distinction because the door loads count for RTA in those games, so it doesn't. You can just submit with that as the baseline. Dino Crisis doesn't work like that. It's like the only one that works like that. Door loads actually do not count IGT in that game. What? How did you miss that, Mason? Strangely crude individual. Sometimes I feel like it's kind of weird that my Twitch content is still, like, indelibly strongly linked to speedrunning. Now that I have the YouTube thing going on, it's like these worlds, they're totally different. It's a different thing. And they do not mesh. So when I am doing Twitch stream, I cannot be doing YouTube thing. For I do not make videos about, like, Silent Hill 1 speedruns. I made a couple of things. I did make a couple of things that were about it, but they're not among the more popular things I did on the platform. basically concurrently juggling two completely different kinds of content. Very weird. Not sure what to make of that, all in all. Hi, PD Gameplays. Who knows what's going to pop up on YouTube? I don't, that's for sure.
I disagree.
Yo, Colonel, thanks for gifting 3 Tier 2 subs. Whoa. Insofar as nickname Fins, Clevius, enjoy your Tier 2 subs. I didn't even know you could give multiple Tier 2 subs. Just Sponge. Nice. Very nice. Why did the game do that? That is not even close to the input I gave it. That is another case of me holding forward and then tapping right and the game just fucking dropping the forward portion of the input completely. I hate this game's performance. Like, how the fuck do you drop a button hold? That sucked. That sucked. Oh. Bad RNG on that, getting pushed. Seriously, would I ever go back to Silent Hill 1.4 for a... Silent Hill 1.4, good. Would I ever go back to Silent Hill 4 for a better time? No. I don't like that run. See. There's not zero chance that you'll ever see Silent Hill 4 on this stream again. I might just like half-ass my way through a run for like a series playthrough kind of stream or something like that. But odds of me seriously trying to grind that game again for a better time, no. I do not find that run enjoyable and do not care. Silent Hill 4, there's a lot of things I really don't like about that run. Firstly, like, the very high degree of RNG, and secondly, I just think 4 has terrible movement. 4, like, fundamentally just doesn't feel good to control. So it's a high RNG game with bad movement. I don't know why anyone runs it. Yeah, 4 is the room. 4 is like a dedicated fan base unto itself, but it's like my least favorite Silent Hill game, I think. To run, at least, it's my least favorite. I don't think it's the worst one, but I don't think it's the worst game, but I do think it's the worst run. Oh my god, he prefers Shattered Memories over the room. As evidenced by the fact that I streamed Shattered Memories runs for like months at one point when I was grinding out the sub 119. Whereas I could not tolerate the room for longer than like a week. The Shattered Memories at least has the advantage that I can just do my flashcards in the middle of the run. I've done a tier list of like what the best and worst Silent Hill speedruns are before. On YouTube, yeah. I'm pretty sure there's the most popular genre of comment is why do you hate Silent Hill 4 so much? And the answer is because it's bad. It's because that run is fucking awful and I hate it. We're gonna play Silent Hill 1 all bosses again? I feel like you either wrote the wrong thing in the message or are folding laundry presently. Hey there, Hime, thanks for the good luck. Imagine a no-boss category. If we could fight no bosses, we would. That would be any percent. Oof. Silent Hill was a great soundtrack, though. Does it? I can remember one song. I like the song that plays at the very end when you're going through apartments for like the fucking third time or whatever it is. It's called Resting Comfortably. It's not like a banger, you don't put it on your iPod, but it's very atmospheric. It sells the mood quite well. Cannot hear anything because I'm at work and have it muted. It's kind of a weird thing to do. like not muting the stream, but like trying to engage the chat while the streamer is right here. That feels kind of weird. Good angle. I almost did that poorly because I got a different camera angle there and almost got very confused by it. How long did it take me to grow that hair? About how long the pandemic's been going on for. So like about 4 years now? That was great. That was not. That nurse did not move to one side or the other. They just kind of stood in the middle, which is in fact the worst outcome. Hi, the James. Your hair is glorious, you gotta say. I feel like if you could see it up close, you wouldn't think that. But thank you. What you can't see is that it's actually a tangled nightmare. Which I presume is only not noticeable because you can't see it in much fine detail. So you cannot notice that it is not in fact one glowing, luscious, you know, like strands, locks of hair that flow beautifully, but in fact more like a series of fuzzy nests glued together. Where every individual faction is fighting for control.
What's this?
So sometimes they get intertwined and mixed with the other ones, and I'm very annoyed about it. The hair of an angel. Yeah, a biblically accurate one, maybe. Hey, Zero Talent. You piece of shit. No peace on this earth. Damn it, that was another really good hospital squandered by getting shit RNG at the very end.
Was I dreaming?
I'm surprised I still have that much time to save on hospital. That could have been like -3.
Disagree.
The James, thank you for the tier 1. Thank you very much. Enjoy the emotes. I'm super hyped to be here. Well, I'm glad for that energy, because Silent Hill 1, for some reason, I swear, like, half the people watching are, like, folding laundry or something. People use these runs as, like, a sleeping aid. I'm, like, 100% sure of this.
Yeah, that makes sense.
How many of you are playing Final Fantasy XIV in the other window? Huh? 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 Three people instantly. 4! 5! I got 5 people with that one. God damn. You're playing Ever Crisis, that counts? No, it doesn't. That's a gacha game. Get out. Stop that. What you're doing right now, put that away and, like, read a book. Anything but gacha. That's not good for you, man. If you're reading a gaming guide, that's fine. Just, like... You can do stuff that has no value, just don't do something that has negative value. Ah, fuck me. Nope. Game sucks. RNG'd. There's no point to even retrying that. It doesn't do the same thing off a retry. Why did it not skip the cutscene? I got RNG'd by the projectile. That sucks.
This sucks on ice.
Cheryl? Is that Cheryl? Where are you going?
Stretch. Doing this run for long periods of time will result
Hey, wait!
in
stop.
hella indent on your thumb because you are crushing the D-pad pretty much constantly. That your defender's Limpus company? Well, don't. I don't know why people act like that one isn't also rotten to the core. It's all the same. It's not special. It's also bad for you. Drop it. The streamer is here to be a good influence. And the influence I'm saying is if you're playing a gacha in another tab right now, stop that. Do anything else. And they're supposed to be helping. For this game in specific, yeah. Because the constant crushing of the D-pad is just... Like, even before the fact that I have
What's going on here?
problems, this is just sort of... It's rough on the fucking wrists, man. That was like good RNG, but he just died slowly. Might as well record save like 30 seconds. Go faster.
Where are you going? Hey, wait! Stop!
Sorry, this is a no gacha stream. You tell me you're playing a gacha, I'm gonna tell you to stop.
What is this? What's going on here?
And for a multitude of reasons, it's really not. That's cope. I know that the setting is like a parody of corporate greed. It's still a gacha game, man. That's cope. I am, in fact, actually familiar with the settings of those games. That doesn't stop it from being... It's still not, like... Doesn't forgive that at all. That's cope. That's mad cope.
What's that?
That's absurd, moreover.
Huh, radio. What's going on with that radio?
Weird as shit that people do that. That's like the textbook thing that people who play that game do that I find completely loathsome. Because I noticed that Limbus Company, for whatever reason, has people willing, like, even people who don't like gachas are, like, willing to really stump for that one because they, for some reason, believe it to be special in some way. And it's just not. It's equally as worthless as every other one of those. In fact, it's like, it's worse than worthless. It makes the world worse for existing. Trach. I don't know, I like it. The best thing you did was clear your phone of any games. I've never found a game I like playing on phones, is the fucked up thing. I just hate the phone as an input device for video games. The only thing I have on my phone, I've got Discord and my flashcard app, that's it. It's the only thing I use my phone for. You would defend Genshin if? I'm not even going to read the rest of that, don't. Never defend Genshin for anything. It's like the worst one of these. Genshin made the world tangibly worse, and I will never forgive anyone involved for it. I think that's the meanest thing I can say about these games, is that their existence, I think, makes the world a worse place to be. Don't do it. You know, most games manage to at least be value neutral. But the average gacha game, in fact, actually makes the world worse. That's not great. Oh, holy shit, you're still alive? I've streamed, like, multiple times every week for many years.
I disagree.
You disagree. I'm alive! I've been here the whole time! I love the federal government. Thanks for the tier 1. That's a good username. I've never gotten the cost performance either of a mobile game. Like the bang for your buck. I can't think of the right words. Like I've noted that I play Mahjong Soul, right, which is mainly for me a client to play Ricci Mahjong with, but it's also got a fucking gacha game attached to it for the cosmetics, which is irritating. But that appears to be the price you pay for a client that doesn't suck ass. I mean, Tenho kind of doesn't suck ass these days, but it really sucked ass around the time that Mahjong Soul was getting... Like, it was really awkward to use, especially if you didn't speak Japanese. I guess this isn't even really a gacha thing, but either way, when they add new outfits to characters in that game, you can't roll for them. You have to buy them directly, right? So there's no, like, random element to this, but the price is, like, fucking $20 for an outfit. It's like, holy shit, that's a whole video game. What the fuck do you mean? Like, I can't bring myself to do it, like... Not least of which because I'm very lazy and can never bother to put my payment information into, a game that doesn't... into anything other than Steam. But also, it's like, that's... I can get a PS1 game for that amount of money, man. Like, 2 of them if I'm, like, really thrifty. You know, like, I was gonna say, that's not even, like, a gacha thing. That's just, like, really overpriced cosmetics. It's like, but the value proposition of that is so bad. I'm not sure what value I would consider cosmetics to be worth it at, though, because I'm not really the kind of person who buys cosmetics in video games. I don't think I've ever bought a cosmetic in a video game before. I don't think I've ever done it. Like, let he without sin cast the first stone, and brother, I have a fucking machine gun. Because I am absolutely without sin. I don't think I've ever bought a fucking microtransaction in a video game before, ever. I bought DLC that has content, but I cannot, like, I've never ever, it's never felt worth it. I always, like, bulk at the last stage. Think, oh, you know, that might be cool to have. $20, please. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? You cannot be serious. But then it's like, I don't know, would I buy it at $5? Probably not. Ding! Blame TF2 for making hats. I made money off TF2. Like, all those old promo items you got for, like, booting up certain games, like the Bill's hat and the Max's, the Max hat and the Luger and the earbuds and what have you, that thing. I ended up, like, cashing out my entire inventory of accrued TF2 crap over the years, and I made, like, fucking 100-something pounds off of it. Someone else had to buy them, I guess. You know, I'm part of the problem. Maybe I'm not without sin. But either way, I never bought one myself. I just cashed out. I have a bunch of crap. I'd like to have money instead for video games. So I did. So I like playing funny dress-up in the video games, but I don't like the fact you're expected to pay, like, out the ass for it now. Yeah, we all hate it, and yet how many of you are true to your principles and actually have never bought these? Again, let he who is without sin cast the first stone, and I'm throwing all the stones. The stones are mine. I'm practicing fucking projectile mineralogy left, right, and center over here. I got bad RNG! No, instead I practice the macro transactions, that is, buying PlayStation 2s to speedrun video games. But no, I never, like, I know people, I have friends who, like, function completely differently to me, and I'm always trying to cajole them into my way of thinking, and I can never get them to do it. Like, whenever a game releases with, like, an ultimate edition that just includes a bunch of, like, bullshit cosmetics for $20, they always buy that version. I'm like, why the fuck do you guys do that? You don't even use them. They're like, well, it feels like the game is incomplete if I don't buy it. I have, like, the completely opposite line of thinking where I'm like, well, if it was so important, they should have put it in the fucking game normally then. Clearly, it isn't. You know, if it was really meant to be there, they would have put it in the game. If they didn't, that's their fault, not mine. Why? I was pressing the open button like 12 million times, and Harry still took a really long time to get around to it.
You will give me an egg.
I have completionist mindset. Apparently so, but even for game purchases rather than gameplay. And that's just sad. I don't know. Okay, at least a stash tab in Path of Exile is like a gameplay function. However, that is still rancid that they charge for that. I don't think I've ever spent money on a free-to-play game. Yeah, no, I don't think I've ever done it. Free-to-play. I don't care if it's a free-to-play game, it's still bad. Maybe the free-to-play business model just fucking sucks. It's probably the reason I don't play any. Oh, perhaps I'm just like super old-fashioned. You know, I really can only deal with games where the business model is I pay the money and I receive the video game. Yeah, I'm not even opposed to the concept of DLC. You know, expansions are fine. That's like a thing we did in the olden days as well. We call them a different thing now, but the principle isn't dissimilar. Ah. Otherwise, those games always seem like more expensive for less value. Just never feels good. The thing, like, if it felt reasonable, it wouldn't bother me. It just never feels right. It just never feels right. The vibes are always off. When the vibes are bad, just don't do it. If the vibe is bad, just don't. You get a bad gut feeling about it, just don't do it. Just don't buy the thing. I live my life via this rule. It's like, does this give you bad vibes? Does this instinctively seem like bullshit? It probably is. Like, is this a purchase I am instinctively unhappy about being cajoled into making? If yes, don't make it. That's why I didn't even buy the fucking DLC for Yakuza 8 that, like, adds the post-game dungeon. And that's, like, content, technically. But it just felt bad. The vibes were bad. That got chopped off the game to be made into DLC really pissed me off. And the vibes were rancid. So I didn't buy it. I mean, this only works because I don't, like, the funny serotonin from buying all the things doesn't work on me. Damn, that one grab really blew. That would have been ahead. I would have gained time on that if I had good RNG. But I had bad RNG. It is your fault! I blame Baba. I blame them. They've been sitting on the desk the entire time. It's their fault. I mean, my like philosophy of does this spark joy? It wouldn't work for other people who are only used to this kind of thing. I find this really hard to talk to people about because if you're especially if you're like relatively younger, this is an old person thing. This is back in my day. But if you especially if you're born into a country where like smartphone and mobile phone gaming is like the main way in which gaming is conducted, it is really, really hard to convince said people that a better thing is possible. Because you have no frame of reference. I'm definitely having a bit of a boomer moment about this. It does concern me. The youth of today, they are too used to that shit. It's not good. I do not like it. I do not like that they are used to that. It is bad for them. I do not like that the kids of today have grown up with the $20 outfit transaction as a normal thing. It sets really bad expectations. Yeah, apparently all it took was just to wait. Yeah, sorry, I don't think I'll do it when I'll bring the Baba plushie when I have time. There will be time eventually. I did see it. Sorry, I'm in the middle of the speed. I gotta hold forward on the D-pad. It's very intense right now. You understand? I'm definitely having a boomer moment over this. I'm definitely having a boomer moment about this. I understand very much this is like, yeah, whatever, old man. Back in your day, it was better. Except this time I'm right. Back in my day, it was better. No! He's tragic, Mason! Sometimes it was better back in the day. That is a tragedy split. I'm not sure how do I get Baba into the cam here? I guess like this? This is fine, I suppose. He can just like sit on my hands. Sure, I'll just wildly overshoot that, whatever. I did fully redeem that, not expecting it to do anything. I try my best. Like, fortunately, we still have a whole bunch of normal video games out there. It's not like normal gaming is dying. Although the thing is that we have definitely lost several genres to this. Like, sports gaming is fucked. If you do not like into weird loot box bullshit, the sports gaming is like dead to you. Like, we will never have a normal sports game ever again. It's just gone. We've lost that genre. That's really sad. Lethal League is a normal sports game? What fucking sport is Lethal League that meant to be a simulation of? I think you may have misunderstood what I mean by normal sports game. Sports games are that big of a loss. Well, the thing is that games like the old FIFAs and NHL actually used to review really well, being regarded as like the flagship games of their consoles. Now, unless you're into that particular ecosystem, they've completely faded from like the mainstream gamer consciousness because they're kind of crap and really heavily monetized to fucking back now. Like, that genre has... Simulation races as well are, like, slowly losing this ground as well. That genre is, like, at risk of becoming functionally extinct. If you take, like, these kinds of heavily monetized nonsense games to be fake games the way I do. The newest Gran Turismo is an omen of ill portent. That, like, we are at risk of, like, losing that kind of game forever. Yeah, like, the simulation racer genre is, like, a dying... It's dying now. Like, it is... The infection is becoming terminal. It is grim over there. It is not good. That was really janky. Oh my goodness. That wasn't even what I tried to give it. It did the funny thing where it dropped my fucking forward again. I hate it here. Hate this game's performance. Hate it, hate it, hate it. The frog in the pot boiling scenario, though, very much does adequately describe how I feel the situation regarding these sorts of things has progressed. It's like, the frog has been very much boiled at this point. Like, it's not completely over. We still get normal video games. There's still a market for, like, normal fucking video games. This is why I found all of the furore over Palworld to be really confusing.
What's this?
Like, blah-de-blah-de-blah, plagiarism AI, none of which was ever substantially proven in any meaningful capacity. It was, like, various levels of code. But on a fundamental level, I found Palworld really refreshing as a multiplayer game because it was $25, and that was it. It was $25, and you could play the game on servers with your friends, rather than, like, you know, it had a normal server browser, like an old video game. It was actually one of the most refreshingly old-school style multiplayer games I'd seen in ages. That game feels like it was released in 2014. But, like, affectionate. What did you... Fuck! Reset, you fucker! It's not even getting me that much. Yeah, because I actually play New Game Plus. Yeah, and I didn't buy it. It was bad. That DLC was bad. They shouldn't have done that. They rightly deserve to have people shit down their throat for that. It's like, it feels really bad with Yakuza as well, because I'm taking a break. My thumb is like... I've been playing this for like nearly 4 hours straight. Give me a moment. Cup of tea, I think. The post-game feels absent, like it's missing a piece because of it. They literally like took a piece out of the post-game to put it inside the DLC along with the New Game Plus, and you can really feel its absence. There's like a hole that's just not there. It really sucks that they did that. They deserve to catch a lot of shit for that. They actually like defaced their own game in the process of doing that. It's real grim. Really not good. Very bad publisher behavior. They deserve all the shit in the universe for doing that. Not happy about it. I just didn't buy it though, because even though really, for the first time I understood what my friends are like when they're like, oh man, I need to buy, you know, the Ultimate Edition, otherwise I don't have the complete experience. And normally, I find this never matters, right? Usually, it's just cosmetic deal, it's like cosmetic outfit, whatever. The game never feels any less complete, it just feels like bullshit. Like, I don't care. If it was that important, you would have put it in the base game. Yakuza 8 actually really does feel incomplete without that DLC, because it is visibly missing a piece. And I still didn't buy it. Instead, I just felt like I got robbed out of a proper post-game denouement. Denouement. Words. But I couldn't bring myself to pay $25 for it. It's just, like, it's in the really awkward place where the DLC itself isn't interesting enough to feel like it's worth $25. It's like one dungeon with reskinned enemies and bosses or whatever, and it's like, if it were just like a little thing they threw onto the post-game, it would feel perfectly fine. Like, it's a little cheap, but it's post-game content, so whatever, right? Like, that's not a big deal. You know, the fact that it's like recolored bosses from the main campaign is absolutely kind of cheap, but who cares? Like, it was just a little thing tacked onto the end of the game to make like a challenging boss. Then, whatever. But the fact they expect you to pay $25 for it makes it look a lot worse. That's the problem with what they chose to cut off that game, is that there's not enough effort been put into it to justify $25. But if it were included with the game, it would smooth over perfectly fine. Because it's not a terrible piece of content, but it is demonstrably quite cheap. There's no way that they planned to sell that for $25, like, on the develop. There's no way a developer actually sat down and was like, right, we're going to sell this separately for $25, so we got to make it look good. That mandate definitely came down from on high. Like, at some point, the publisher was like, Sega was like, we need to chop some bit off of this to sell as extra, and everyone was like, what? So they just picked, like, the least consequential part of the game to do it with, because there's no fucking way that any of them could possibly think it's worth that price. It's not $25 worth of effort. That's crazy. Anyway, I want to make a cup of tea. I'm on break. I'm having a little break. I've been playing for 4 hours straight now. I need a moment. Like, my friend, look at my thumb. That is the indent of PlayStation D-pad. That's what happens when you spend 4 hours digging your thumb into this goddamn D-pad. You gotta take a moment. Gamer thumb. It's a real, it's a thing, man. Take a break. This run it's not rough, it's rough on the thumb. I wouldn't say it's rough on the hand. It's like, ooh, so high APM, but the pressure you constantly exert. It's not good to do that for hours at a time. Let's take a break. Let's take a break together, chat. Stand up, stretch, make a cup of tea. Oh, I bought something on order. It hasn't arrived yet, but I think on Twitter recently, I'm not sure if this was recent, but there was a thing going around about instant tea in an aerosol can, right? It's actually a very old product. It's been around for a while, but I think it flared up again on Twitter for whatever reason that people saw it, and I was like, I've seen these around before. So I decided to buy a couple of cans to see if the instant tea in an aerosol can is any good. It hasn't gotten here yet. I'll let you guys know when we get it here. I'll let you guys know when it shows up. Canned tea. Honestly, I have some instant tea already because I wanted to drink tea at work, and my work are a bunch of fucking cheapskates that don't provide any. Asterisk, they actually did start providing it weeks after I bought some, which was nice of them, but also really annoying because now I have a bunch of instant tea. And the instant tea that I bought, it's in powdered form. It's rancid. It tastes really bad. I have to put a lot of sweetener in it to make it even vaguely palatable. It's really bad. So if the canned aerosol tea is better, then, that'll be an improvement to my instant tea owning shenanigans. This is a crime against food and nature? What do you know about food and nature? You are nothing but a beast yourself! You know nothing! About that mug of tea, gamers. Instant tea. Well, instant tea in a can. It's not a crazy idea, I guess. It doesn't. It's okay. It sounds a bit weird at first blush, but the more I think about it, the more I think I see the vision. Yeah. Take 5. Drink some tea. Give my hand some time to recover a little bit before I go mashing a D-pad again. You gotta take breaks. Ooh, Sandland's demo is now available on Steam. Yeah, and that game comes out in, soon. That game comes out in April. The Sandland Action RPG. I've never read any of Sandland. How big is this demo? Let's have a look-see. 7 gigabytes. That is not as big as I was expecting. Any of you interested in the Sandland game? You don't like sand, it gets everywhere. You've no clue what I'm talking about. Sandland! What the... Ugh. Is it like Metal Max? Honestly, I think... Annoyingly enough, I think it is, yeah. Like, I can't completely deny that. Do you mean the desert? It's a fucking... There is a series written and illustrated by acclaimed manga artist Akira Toriyama called Sandland. They are adapting it into a video game. There is now a demo for this video game available on Steam. I don't... Yeah, okay, nerd. What the fuck? Akira Toriyama's like one of the most... I don't even... I'm not even that into manga and I know this. What the fuck are you talking about? He's like one of the most well-known manga artists on the fucking planet, right? Probably the most well-known on the planet. Like, never mind one of. What do you mean you don't know what Sandland is? God damn. What am I gonna do with you guys? Like, honestly. Honestly. Jangle the Silent Hill keys in front of... Look, it's Silent Hill! It's Silent Hill! Hey, wait, wait, wait. You haven't heard of the series until you saw the game preview? I'm not gonna lie, me neither. I don't know anything about manga. I play video games, hello? I remember going, this looks a lot like Dragon Ball, and the voice went based on the series by Akira Toriyama, and I went, oh, same. 100% same. But how come I heard about this then? And like, my chat apparently has no idea. What the fuck? I figure most people with like a passing interest in Dragon Ball would have heard about this by relation, but apparently not. And I am not someone who has a passing interest in Dragon Ball. I don't know fucking jack shit about Dragon Ball. I ain't never read a Dragon Ball or watched a Dragon Ball. I don't know nothing. Nothing. Can I get several manga tomes recently? Yeah, but no, nothing by Akira Toriyama. Don't know about the demo. Well, the demo just came out. Like, you're hearing about it, like, relatively newly from me. I'm a bit of a weeb. I learned the language to be able to read my favorite mangas when they were released. I didn't learn the language to be able to read my favorite mangas. I didn't have any favorite mangas when I learned the language. I've started reading manga because I learned Japanese. You've got the cause and effect the wrong way around with that one. I have only ever read a single manga series through to completion. One. And it was the one I read in Japanese. I'd never ever read a complete manga series in English. I never got, like, I've read some volumes, but I never got all the way through a series before. The piano is closed. Does it really say it's locked? Damn, the fucking demo reads this text real fast. I didn't catch any of that. Look at this. This demo sucks, man. Look how slow this guy is. Why is he not just running past everything? What an idiot. Is he stupid? I learned Japanese solely so I could play D2 on Dreamcast cheaper. True. Dungeon Meshi is a surreal experience. I've heard good things about it, but I haven't watched or read it myself. Like, there's a few series lately, like fantasy. Obviously, there's Dungeon Meshi and there's Freerun. What the fuck do people call Freerun in English? I think just people say Freerun, right? Freerun? Freerun? Freerun. I have not read either. Maybe I will. I unfortunately take ages to read shit in Japanese. And I tend to wait until series are I tend to wait until anime series are, like, done before I start watching them. Because I find chasing down the... Because I'm not a subscription service guy, and that's... Functionally speaking, if you want to watch anime, and you don't live in Japan, your options for watching it are Crunchyroll or eat shit. And I can't be fucked to pay for a Crunchyroll sub, so I simply wait until it's all done broadcasting. Chasing them down on an episode-by-episode basis is a pain in the ass, so I wait until it's all done, and get them all at once. You know, on Blu-ray, of course. Waifu, thanks for the raid. Hi. Hi, everyone. I'm currently in the middle of taking a break between Silent Hill 1 runs, because I have been running for about 4 hours straight. And the thing is that I have been crushing the D-pad with my... I have gamer thumb! My thumb is it's caved in. My thumb has forehead. But hello everyone, we've been trying to improve the Silent Hill 1 All Bosses run today. Trying to get below the 32-minute mark. It's tough going now. The PB's... It's bullshit. As the PB gets better, the run gets, harder. It's... why do speedruns be like that? It sucks. You have to, play better. I don't want to do that. This is why I should just, this is why I just keep learning a new game. That way I don't have to get better at the one I'm actually playing. How much progress have I made? Well, I wasn't going to aim for Sub-32 at all, but then I, PB'd by 11 seconds, and now it's, right there, so I feel like I should. Do Siren Blood Curse. I never even finished Siren Blood Curse, casually. The fear of blood does tend to create fear for the flesh, that's true. I can't argue with that. I'll be back to doing runs in like a moment. But I want to finish off my tea and then probably take a piss. Stay tuned! But right now, I'm chilling. Give my hand time to relax a bit. Honestly, 4 hours in a row is probably too many hours in a row of this. I should have taken my break a bit sooner. Got some luscious locks, thanks. I let them grow during the pandemic and I never got them cut. It's the pro strat. How is it so late already? It's like 11 PM. This is caffeinated tea as well, that's not a good idea. I'm not gonna go to bed at a normal time at all, I'm wired. You never go to bed at a normal time. What are you fucking kidding yourself for? Never recover from this financially. Do you think Harry wouldn't have crashed if he had a Cybertruck? This is a question I'm going to regret asking, because I feel like I'm expected to already know the answer. What the hell is a Cybertruck? A Tesla only truck. Oh, okay. I'm not online enough to know about these things. It's one of those bad cars from the idiot guy who makes bad cars that suck. That's knowledge I think I could have gone without knowing, but alas. Every new thing that I am made to learn in relation to Elon Musk just disappoints me greatly. Like, every time I learn about anything, I'm always just like, I wish I didn't know that. I wish I could just claim to not know about that forever. Right, I finished gulping down my tea mug. Now I'm gonna go take a piss, and I'll be right back. And then we're gonna do some more runs, all right? For the raiders. For the raiders. Alright. So. Gaming. So every time I get into stream, it's about my hair. My hair is a common talking point. Among the chatters, for some reason. I guess it's the most noteworthy thing about me. I'm developing the complex again. I am definitely not planting golden clovers in my game of Cookie Clicker
Cheryl?
during the
Is that
intro cutscene. That is not what I am doing. Shut up, you have a problem, not me.
Where are you going? Hey, wait! Stop!
I'm clicking the cookies, man. Do I ever tie my hair? No, I do not. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know how. It simply has never occurred to me to do so. So, like, even if I wanted to, I don't actually know how. I've only had long hair for, like, what, 4 years after all? So that's enough time to learn how to tie it, Punchy. It's like, well, I've never done it. There's never been a need.
What is this?
I just let it be, man. What's the big deal? Oh, baby, the good RNG. Good enough. I don't want to braid my hair. No. The health drink. I don't want that. That's healthy. Bruh. You need to pick up the flashlight, the map, and the knife before the game lets you leave the
Radio.
cafe.
What's going on with that radio?
If you try to leave without picking up those objects, the game goes no. Goes no. None of that. None for you. A couple of French braids over the shoulder you think I can pull off. What the hell is a French braid? You've made that up.
This is my dream. What's happening to this place?
I got the little micro walk. Goody, goody, goody. Misspelling of French bread. My hair could play Melty Blood. That's why my hair is so big. It's full of combo routes. Just like fucking Melia from Guilty Gear. That's why my hair is so big. It's full of combo routes. Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. He's gonna do it. He's thinking about... No, okay, he didn't do it. What is a foot dive and who is Mila and why did they give one to it? Well, Mila is a character from hit animal platformer Freedom Planet. Milia, Two Eyes, is a character from Guilty Gear. Yes, I am being that picky. Such is my nature. Freedom Planet 2 coming to consoles soon. Buy the game I worked on. Do it, do it, do it. I mean, I don't get like residuals or anything, but just do it. And when I say soon, I've forgotten the exact day that Freedom Planet 2 is coming out on console. I think it's in April? Is it April? Is it April or is it later this month? I honestly don't remember. I'm not involved in the console ports at all. I have no idea what's going on over there. April 4th, apparently. Thanks. Soon! Then I can bug everyone. Play the game I worked on. Play it! It makes me want to say play my game, but like it's not my game at all. Not even a little bit. But I did work on it for years. Play my game! When I work on the game exactly? I was part of the core playtesting staff for like 3 years. For the game's initial PC release. Slow. I got the job because I used to speedrun the first game, and I have about like 900 hours in it, so when they were like soliciting people for the closed beta test, they got in touch. And then it became a job. Crazy. That's probably too far out. Oh no, it's not, really. Ah! Wide! I'm just goofing because like Freedom Planet 2 and the kinds of people who watch a Silent Hill speedrun stream and the kinds of people who would enjoy a game like Freedom Planet 2 is not a Venn diagram I imagine has a lot of overlap. Like, ah yes, I love this classic PS1 survival horror game. I will definitely buy this high-speed momentum mascot platformer game that the guy streaming it also happened to have worked on. But I am a man of varied disciplines. I mean, it's been out on PC for like, you know, over a year now. I'm avoiding the question. What question am I avoiding? I don't know if I'm avoiding the question so much as I'm, like, not paying attention in the first place. Am I Sephiroth? I can't even think of, like, I wanted to, like, say a Sephiroth quote as a joke, but I can't think of any. He has quotes? I know, right? Like, does Sephiroth... We still don't know Sephiroth.
My mother?
No. I guess that counts. Isn't the mother soundbite from... No, that's from Resident Evil Survivor. Final Fantasy VII doesn't have voice acting. How could it? I don't think people in this chat have played Final Fantasy VII. I think you're gassing. Talking a lot of shit. You've played it? I don't believe you. I don't believe any of you. I don't think any of it. No one's played Final Fantasy VII, really. It's like a very obscure title. Clearly, it's the next game I should cover on the channel. Ah, the walk's slow! You're afraid it's been translated? Damn. I mean, I do cover games that have English translations. It's just I wanted to cover some that weren't for once. Actually, make the most of the fact that I've spent years learning how to read this fucking language, you know? Obscure Japanese-only game, Final Fantasy VII. About to play Crisis Core, though, is it good? Are you playing the remake? Reunion, yeah. I liked Crisis Core Reunion. I would say it's fun. I have a bit of a hard time articulating why, because I think Crisis Core's balance is fucking terrible. But, like, it's fun to play, I think, so I don't think that matters. I mean, it kinda matters, a bit. But I still liked it. I press Assault Twister and all the funny numbers appear and my brain goes, oh. You know, I have simple monkey brain too. I like it when the number goes up, and when the number is big, and when I press the attack button and a big number appears that's bigger than the last number. Little mini walk there. That should put me right in front of it. Yes. Mason, you fuck up. He did it again. That like standing still and turning in place is the game just ignoring the forward input. Why does it do that? Like, that entire time I was holding forward, with the intent being to run forward and slightly turn to the right while doing it. But sometimes the game will just fucking ignore you. Why does it do that? They should have remade this game first, because this game runs like fucking crap. And I feel like the really bad performance is the culprit for why it just completely ignores your input sometimes. This is a whole phenomena. Like, sometimes when you hold up left coming out of a room, it just sort of drops the turn portion of that, and you just run straight forward without turning, which leads to the phenomena creatively termed wide turning. Because we're very creative in the Silent Hill community. But it means that even moving from point to point has a certain amount of randomness to it based on whether or not the game fucking listens to your buttons correctly. Why is this game like that? That gets frustrating after a while. Because RNG aside, I would say that's probably the most frustrating part of running this game, is the random chance for the game to just not follow your fucking instructions properly.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? Like that. Why did it just wait for like a second before running forward? Why does it do that? Why do you do that sometimes? No, that's garbage. Man, I lost so much time because the game fucked my input. That's really disappointing. Like, I have to reset because it dropped my fucking input? Why? That's not my fault. Go away.
Cheryl? Is that Cheryl?
Yeah, the most annoying part of this game is, aside from the intentional RNG, is the unintentional RNG, caused by the game just being kind of made wrong.
Where are you going? Hey, wait! Stop!
Using a DualShock 1 or 2? I'm using a DualShock 2. Don't believe it makes a tremendous amount of difference overall.
What is this? What's going on here?
Mom, would be better for this game just due to not having to press the D-pad like your life depends on it? Really now? I wasn't under the impression it made much of a difference.
Cheryl? Is that Cheryl? Where are you going? Hey, wait! Stop!
what point do you start studying the run that's in 4th to see what they're doing different? You don't need to study the run in 4th, study the run in 1st. And the answer is not much.
What is this? What's going on here?
That's for me to worry about. There you go. Golden die. That's probably like a fraction of a second tops. But ooh, golden. Ah. Why this version for all bosses? What do you mean? There's no meaning to the version.
Huh, radio. What's going on with that radio?
If you mean like why Japanese, I just because it's the version I have. I don't have the American version. 3-shot, Jesus.
This is my dream. What's happening to this place?
That's so fast I didn't even have time to run forward, shit. Pressed walk 3 times and it dropped it all 3 times, very cool. I don't have a DualShock 1 I could use right now. Even though I doubt it makes like a huge difference. But my only DualShock 1s at the moment have like fucked up analog sticks. Bruh. Get this guy out of here. Nope. Close enough. Somehow. +0. Getting better at those door openings, at least. There's a subtle trick to those door openings, and it's to tilt the analog stick ever so slightly as you approach the door. Such as, because if you just run at it straight with the D-pad, Harry walks for whatever reason. Approaching it with the analog stick saves time. I only learned about that quite recently. I only, when I picked this game up again to start to, like, try and get a PB in all bosses, I've only just started implementing analog stick tech into, like, the minor bits of the run. It doesn't add up to a lot, but it's something. Because for whatever absolutely fucking deranged reason, the analog stick and the D-pad causes Harry's running gait to differ slightly. Which causes it to trigger proxy walking in different ways. Sometimes it's favorable, sometimes it's not. You just kind of have to figure it out. It is very peculiar. It is yet another, like, weird minor thing you gotta... I have no idea how Harry didn't open the door. It is yet another minor thing you can throw on the list of very minor things you need to just memorize to have a good run in this game. Along with, like, how every single door works individually. Here's a thing that I do. So I take one step there, flashlight on, and then run forward. Flashlight off. And that works pretty consistently for getting through that room without being grabbed. A lot of people, like, the really, like, high-level runs, like the ones with the best times, people just YOLO that shit. They don't do nothing. And you have to do it twice. So in theory, just, like, balling straight forward. Faster. The problem is that that's significantly less reliable. There's that little, that wait again before Harry starts moving. That is not what you want. That's D-pad, this is analog stick. It makes a difference. It's dumb that it makes a difference, but it does. Hey, Lord of the Salt. That should probably be analog. Ooh, very wide. It's all about the little things of Silent Hill 1, and on top of that, there's quite a lot of RNG to throw into the mix. Does analog stick make you move faster at the start of that? Like on a per screen kind of basis? Or is that cope? I guess I can find out. I'm gonna come back down. You have an alternative controller idea for this game, but nobody ever bites it and just immediately says, oh, you don't want that, that's no good, without even considering it. That's no good. You don't want that. What is it? Agreed. What if you use the Resident Evil? What if you use the Resident Evil exclusive controller for this run? Think of the value. Analog sticks are so imprecise they go off the scale. That sounds like fuckery to me. How would that... would that help? Okay, I'm going to, against my better instinct, use the analog stick here. No, still a little wait. Also, I do not know how to control this game with the analog stick. Okay, so that at least doesn't work like how I thought it does. I'm throwing to figure stuff out. Hang on. My ability to use analog stick tech is really limited by the fact that I am really fucking terrible at controlling this game with an analog stick. But no, I'm being bothered by that little... When you're in certain rooms, instead of immediately running forward, Mason just kind of stands there for a bit. This one, it's random. That time he got a move on, like, instantly. He didn't do that dipshit thing where he just stood there for a moment, ignoring the forward input. Which is it's always really annoying when he does that, because it means I've turned too far to the right now and I'm about to get hit. Frustrating. Annoying behavior. Now, the little walk. But in plenty of rooms, he does not start moving instantly. Hey, Serpent. Particularly coming up and down stairs like that. Yeah, you see how Mason, he just stands there for a bit, right? Like, he isn't immediately on the ball. But that time he was on the ball, because this is a different room. It's like, can you eliminate that? Is that a D-pad versus analog stick thing? And no, I think it's just a weird thing. I think that's just a quirk. Because if you could eliminate that little waiting, you could go a little faster. What if stick made you run straight away? I don't know. It was a thought. It was a thought I had. I probably do need to rewatch the world record and, like, really pay attention, though. Like, what are the fine details? That's not enough damage. I got fucked. That's disappointing. That took 4 shots instead of 3. It's all in the Konami light gun. And that was not a good score, unfortunately. Gross. No. Pass. What did it?
Cheryl? Is that Cheryl? Where are you going? Hey, wait! Stop!
Yeah, the corner skip, the most influential thing, the only tech I found in the whole run. Otherwise, nothing, no strat in this run was found by me aside from that one. I have to hang on to that. It's all I'm worth. Hey, Crumbumber, feeling fast today? No. The runs haven't been, like, terrible. It's just I'm running against a run that has, like, a much higher standard now. I got a 32:11, which is honestly a pretty good time. It's just I'm just resetting. I'm resetting a lot more now because 32:04 is just like hard. It's a hard time to beat.
This? What's going on here?
What's going on? Like, it's difficult. It's difficult. It's a difficult time to beat. That's good. I know it says +0, but that's actually probably up. Fun quirk of resetting this game. If you reset the first split, you'll probably do slightly better real time because the very first room will load faster. Because it's cached it in memory. So if you do the first split coming straight off like a mid-run reset, it's a little slower because of that. So it says +0, but it's probably fine. It's not a big deal.
What's that? Huh, radio. What's going on with that radio?
The fuzziness of PlayStation 1 load times. Ahoy-hoy. Trying my luck at UFO 2? No, I hate UFOs.
This is my dream. What's happening to this place?
You might notice that my UFO ending time is the oldest of my runs still on the board, and it's because I just hate running UFO. It's a bad category that sucks. The thing I find deeply frustrating about UFO is that it's RNG whether or not you're even allowed to finish the run. Like, even if I get really abominably shit RNG in this, you know, I can still finish the game. Whereas in UFO, if you roll badly enough on too many dice, fuck you, you die. You take too much damage and you die, and there's nothing you can do about it. It's trash. I hate that about UFO ending. And it is not difficult to roll RNG poor enough that it kills you. Get out of here. He's off. He's on the move. What will he do? I felt good. Wait, what? That air screamer is always up to something. Can play this game a million times and I can still never ever precisely predict what that first guy's going to do. His actions are in God's hands. I am merely the vessel. Channeling the divine through me to result in whatever the hell this run ends up being. We witnessed the birth of a new speedrun. God's paradise despoiled by mankind. Cool. I didn't turn the stick far enough, god damn it. Hate the stick. How does anyone play this game on an analog stick? In theory, the stick would let you take the most precise lines possible. It would be like the optimal way to run the game. In practice, fuck me, it's hard to control this game with the analog stick. But that one room, the stick distinctly benefits you. Even if it is in like a very tiny way. It's a very small thing, but Silent Hill is all about the small things. It's really more aggressive lines to take in these rooms as well. I should just rewatch the record at some point. I mean, there's new records now that I haven't really thoroughly combed. I'm on a... What? I'm not... What part of that didn't work? And I got bad RNG on the grab. Epic. Next. Yeah, I think I hit the wrong key at the very first one. Because I was surprised that counted, it looked off, and it turns out it didn't. Just, it counted in a different way than I was expecting. Does anyone have seed manipulation at Silent Hill 2? No. Funny enough, being two different games on completely different platforms, they don't work the same way.
Where are you going? Hey, wait! Stop!
Is it frame-based RNG? You're thinking of another game. It's in the sense that the RNG is progressing every frame, yes. Curious one-handed RNG in a similar manner to 2. Well, the thing is that the thing we're manipulating with 2 is different from 1. Like, in 2, we're manipulating RNG to get fixed puzzle solutions. That doesn't fix every piece of RNG in the game, just the puzzles. In this, the puzzles aren't random at all, so there's no need to manipulate it. We don't manipulate enemy behavior in Silent Hill 2. That's a completely different thing.
What's going on here?
Be nice if you could, though, because then you wouldn't lose the run to the gremlins not doing their fucking job. Do I have to do everything around here, lads? Cringe! I'm gonna take a piss. No, he's raged. He's thrown the controller on the floor.
Was I dreaming?
How you feel?
Oh, like I've been run over by a truck. But I'm alright, I guess.
Glad to hear it. You from around here? Why don't you tell me what happened?
Wait a sec, I'm just a tourist. I came here for a vacation. I just got here. I don't know what happened.
I think that was the
I'd like to find out myself.
working its way through my system. Ah, the wire got stuck on the chair.
Have you seen a little girl? Just turned 7 last month. Short, black hair. Cheryl? Is that Cheryl? Where are you going?
For the longest time, both me and Aaron did speedruns on PS3
stop.
because it was the easiest way to get a hold of, like, a not PAL copy of the game. Like, you could just pick it up for, like, what, $5 off the PSN? But it does have the slowest loads of, like, literally any way to play the game, I think. Expected to be the opposite? Nah. The PS3 very deliberately, intentionally runs PS1s at 1x disk read speed, so base PS1 speed always, whereas PS2s read a little faster. And can read even faster still if you enable fast disk speed from the options. The reason PS3s do that, though, is to try and have maximum compatibility, because some games, say the line,
What is this?
experience noticeable problems if you speed up the disk read speed. Wow, that was fucking slow, even with, like, good enemy RNG. Jesus. I, like, split early because I wasn't expecting him to take that long. Because some games experience compatibility problems when they are made to run at a higher disk read speed. Some games don't work right at all at that point. That is the reason that Monkey Hero, a PlayStation 1 game, does not work on any PS2. It expects one disk read speed, and if you make it go even a bit higher, it just completely shits itself.
Where are you going? Hey, wait! Stop!
You need a PS1. The grinding is real tonight. The grinding is very real. I have not gotten a lot of runs off the ground, frankly. I finished one, at least. But I'll be honest with you, there have been a lot of resets in the first half of the game. But, in my defense, the RNG I've been getting in the first half of the game has been fucking rancid.
What is this? What's going on here?
Nope. What's with the fast dialogue? I literally just explained to her. Stop folding your laundry!
Cheryl? Is that Cheryl?
Two questions about the same thing that I literally, the last words out of my mouth were explaining it. Stop folding your laundry.
Where are you going? Hey, wait! Stop!
People just talked faster in the 90s. That's why I talk so fast in my YouTube videos. I'm trying to maintain the spirit. Do you guys know that when I make a YouTube video, I actually speed up the voice track by about 15%, so that it feels like I'm talking faster than I actually am. It's a trick. Makes your delivery seem more fluent to the YouTube audience.
What is this?
Now, am I lying or not?
What's going on here?
That'll do. You don't believe me, but I'm not confident enough to say I'm lying. I'm lying. I'm definitely lying. But the thing is that feels like that could be something that some people do. Like, do you imagine some people do actually speed up their voice tracks by, like, just a little bit to make the dialogue, to make their voiceover sound like it flows slightly better than it really does? I'll tell you one thing I do when I'm editing my voiceover, though, is that I absolutely do cut pauses.
Radio. What's going on with that radio? This is my dream. What's happening to this place?
Yeah, like, what if I just sped up my entire, like, voice track when making a video by, like, a very small amount, enough so that it's, like, it's hard to notice, like 5 or 10%. Enough so that it wouldn't sound processed, it would just sound like I speak really fast. Because I already speak really far. I wouldn't actually do this because I get the number of people who complain that I speak too quickly is already a much higher number than those who complain I talk too slowly, although I do get both, which is very funny. I tend to dismiss both sides as insane and just leave and just continue on doing what I'm doing. If you play most YouTube videos at 2x speed anyway, you're crazy. You're crazy! 2x speed? Like, I could get maybe 1.2, but 2 times? Bro is speed running the video essay economy. Do you watch movies at 2x speed as well? Like, what's your angle? What's your gain? Justify yourself. Defend your position. You're on trial now. We're doing a cross-examination.
You use selective words. What are you planning?
What are you planning? Movies and music tends to be one time. I mean, I would hope music is at the normal speed. Videos that are less than 15 minutes are always one time. Anything longer than an hour gets double timed. So it's a video length thing, right? He just doesn't want to watch like a 4-hour video essay. He'd rather watch a 2-hour video essay. Time conservation. But like, do you not get confused? Because like, 2x speed is really fast. I honestly can't claim I've ever thought to mess with the playback speed option on YouTube for like consuming the video content. But then again, I also don't, like, have such a huge backlog of it that I feel the need to do that in order to get through it faster. Are you guys, like, regularly watching things of this length? Is that why? Do you have, like, a backlog? As I've established many times, I'm often told that, like, I make videos similar to such and such YouTuber who also does, like, Japanese PS1 game oddities, blah-de-blah, stuff like that. Early 3D stuff, and I'm just like, inevitably I just like, that sounds great. I don't know who it is, though. Because my YouTube diet consists of, like, a couple of channels about public transport infrastructure, and a handful of things about video games. You actually cannot consume YT content fast and it's produced, hence the 2 times. Damn, you're a heavy user. You're a heavy user. I never have that much. Oh, hello. I never have that much material. Ah, the walk. God damn it. What? Why? Bad game. You bet I'd still play at 1 times. Honestly, if you're using YouTube at this point, you don't have a kind of ad blocker, that's kind of on you. I know that's like funny for someone who like posts on YouTube to say, so you know, don't you need the ads to make money, Punchy? Yeah, but I really think it's mostly just the mobile users at this point, and that's their fault for using mobile. Use a computer. Call it the mobile tax.
I disagree.
If they're gonna be the kind of commenter that doesn't watch the video before leaving a comment, then at the very least they have to pay me. Riptire, thanks for the 27 months. Thank you very much. Recently YouTube tried to crack down ad blockers. Yeah, and it didn't work, seemingly. Honestly, I wish they'd try again. I wish they'd try to crack down on ad blockers again, because what happened is that I would go to watch YouTube and it would give me the, "Oh, we've detected you're using an ad blocker, please disable it, where. And what would happen is I would just not watch YouTube and I would go do something else. I got a lot more done during that time. I would very much like it back. Like, instead of watching YouTube, I planned my own videos instead. I got a lot more done. Because it sure turns out I do absolutely waste a whole bunch of time watching nonsense. You know, I make nonsense. Aren't you encouraging people to not watch your nonsense? Kinda, yeah. It's all nonsense. It's all nonsense around here. What are we doing? I'm a nonsense maker. I make nonsenses. Ah, skip that. Shite. A little pause. Why? Let me drive myself crazy. The little pause. Why? Artisanal nonsense. The punchy stream is artisanal nonsense. I was gonna say, you watched a guy trying to conclusively prove you could get a score of 0 in Silent Hill's ranking? Who would ever make a video like that? That's stupid. What a dumbass. Why would anyone ever find that interesting? You know, the RE2 no walk challenge video has seemingly picked up second wind in the algorithm, and I can tell because I'm getting so many more comments that are like Facebook tier. That's always how I can tell when something has second wind in the algorithm, is when I start getting start getting a lot of really low quality comments all of a sudden.
I disagree.
Riptire, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Diablo has no pants. James, DJ Crabhat, Machine Elves, and Scuddy. Enjoy your gift subs. Thank you very much, Riptire. How does Facebook tier compare to YouTube tier? It's like... I'm getting the comments like, is like, oh, you poor soul, why would you do this to yourself? It's like, what? It's like, wow. It's like, I don't know whether to congratulate you or curse you for doing this. It's like, I made the fucking video. It was for content. It was funny to do. You know, the kind of comment I'm describing right now is the ones where they like the commenter seems to be sort of either disgusted I did the thing or like displaying pity that I did the thing. It's like, why are you being so hostile about this? It's made for entertainment. Relax. Like, yes, it's a dumb and silly idea, but it was something I did over a weekend. It's not like I spent months synthesizing the perfect run. Oh, the bad position. Why did the game do that? Because I just held left. That is awkward as fuck. Wide turn. Moveless percent. You guys know what I mean, right? Like, the comments that seem almost offended that I did a silly challenge run with a really dumb concept, like, on Facebook. It's like, why are you, like, mad that I did this? It's like, what a waste of life. It's like, it took a weekend, man. You have doubtlessly done stupider things with your free time than that. It's like, what? I was really surprised by that. I did not anticipate that side of, like, making a YouTube challenge run. It's like, there are people who, like, get angry at you that you did it. And it's like, why? What? Seemingly angry about how you choose to spend your free time. What a waste of life on something so silly. It's like, it's for fun, man. It's for entertainment. To entertain the crowd, even. It's a silly question. You construct a video. It's for fun. It's just for fun. It's for entertainment. Damn, man. Like, I made it for you. Why are you gonna be mad at me for that? I gave that 4 shots because I was in no way convinced that 3 was going to be enough, but I think 3 actually was enough there, so... I don't know. It's fine. You have, like, a lot of spare ammo in this route, I think. Well, you pick up, like, 24 extra, because you have to fight... What's-your-face, Twin Feeler, and Sybil, and they take 6 and... some number... It's enough. I don't think I've ever had ammo problems in this route. Oh, shit. You stream once on YouTube and got a copyright claim on the PS1 boot chime because some pillock made a remix out of it. I did, that happened to me as well, and I sent a really fucking angry, like, counterclaim. Because it was some garbage-ass song that had, like, 50 views on YouTube that just put the entire PS1 chime at the very start and then some unlistenable garbage after it, and I was like, this is a scam. This person is running a scam. This person is attempting to skim ad revenue off every video that happens to contain this very common sound effect. This is a scam. For whatever reason, Konami games are a really common target for this kind of scam. Like, there's some pillock on SoundCloud who sampled, like, every particularly well-known line from Metal Gear Solid 2. And when I say sampled, I mean they just played, like, minutes of cutscene audio in the front of their song and then have a basic drum loop afterwards. And I was like, this is a scam. This person is running a scam. I remember I tweeted at one of these people to be like, hey, can you fuck off? Because a lot of these like SoundCloud guys, for some reason, make the mistake of having a Twitter account. I can never tell if they actually think that's a legitimate, like, way to sample something, or if they're just running a scam. Like, did they end up fucking off? Yeah, they released the claim. Dumb asshole samples really common video game cutscene or sound effect is my least favorite. Like, it's a genre of scam I have so little patience for. Pisses me off so fast, so harshly. Because I have an archive channel where I upload, like, all kinds of playthroughs and speedruns or whatever, it's like it's a rogues gallery of all kinds of scams that people have tried to run on video game audio over the years. Silent Hill 2 at one point, some dickhead sampled, like, the Famada and Mystic Air about, like, halfway through the game, and the YouTube Content ID system was like, this song actually belongs to some shitty SoundCloud rapper outfit that has, like, 100 views on this song. I contest the claim, being like, no, this just isn't the same song, and they denied it, being like, they can just, say, no, you're objectively correct, but we can just say that you're not, because fuck you. So I just muted the entire chunk of the video. Because I am, like, way pettier than they are. So I don't make much off my archive channel, like, uploads, but whatever it is I get, you're not allowed any of it. Not a fucking penny. You get none from me. Does Silent Hill not have any stamina system? No. None at all. I don't react like this to every kind of, like, Content ID claim, though, even though I do think Content ID is an extremely tiresome, irritating system that's mainly used by dickheads. But if it's actually the correct song that's been identified, I'll usually just leave it. You know, I will note that the publisher is a dick, but I'll leave it. Like, at one point, the guy who owns the rights to all of Kenji Zeno's music, for some reason, put the entirety of the D2 soundtrack at Enemy Zero through the Content ID system. So, like, hundreds of thousands of videos of those games suddenly now belong to some guy. That one really rubbed me the wrong way because Kenji Eno is dead. That's just some asshole that's deciding to scrape pennies off, like, his dead colleague's work. And, like, that's fucked up. You're a ghoul, man. Like, that's not on. That's not cool at all. But it is technically the right song. And it was way too tedious to contest those because it marked, like, every single song. Or, okay, one of the most insane claims I ever got was a claim on a YouTube upload when I did, like, a grab bag stream of Japanese-only PS1 games. It was a song from the game Kaze no Notam. And the claim was hidden. Like, they could make a claim, but I couldn't see what song they were claiming because it said, this claim, metadata hidden by the publisher. What do you mean you can claim something and not disclose what it is you're even claiming? That is insane. That shouldn't be allowed. Like, I couldn't even see what the claiming body was because it was hidden. It's like, why does YouTube allow that to happen? That's fucking absurd. So, like, I can't prove that, like, you know, so how do you contest that? Like, I can't prove that this isn't the song they're claiming because they haven't specified what it is they're even fucking claiming. Now, I later figured out the reason that had happened. It's still horseshit that they can do that. Like, that shouldn't even be a function within YouTube. So you shouldn't be allowed to make a content ID claim with no ID. That's not content ID, that's just content. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense that they can do that. In order to ascertain how legit your claim is, I need to know what you're claiming for. And apparently that part's optional. But anyway, it turned out the reason for that, what had gone through, is that I was able to figure out who the claiming body was, eventually, because it was on one of them. And it turned out that the claiming body was a group that was planning on releasing the Kaze no Notam soundtrack on a republished CD. So they had put the whole thing into the YouTube Content ID system, which is a bad idea for reasons expressed, you know, by lots of people. That it will very suddenly unilaterally claim hundreds of videos from all sorts of people. But at the very least, yes, they did have the legal right to do, you know, it was like this, it was the right people, the people who actually owned the music. Still, kind of a stupid and ghoulish thing to do. But at least it wasn't like a scam, you know? It's the people trying to, like, scam pennies off the Content ID system by, like, sampling some popular shit that, like, really piss me off the most. That's not amazing. That's not gonna work. Nope. Bad RNG. Lame. Nope, way too far forward. That was never gonna work. I don't think there was any circumstance where that worked. Damn. Whole system is really fucked. It's really frustrating that that's a thing you just have to deal with on YouTube, is people trying to just, like, scam the system. It's my least favorite kind of scam. Hey, Dangerous Alex. bro took a swing.
What's this?
What's this? I've probably been resetting too much this stream. Maybe, I don't know. It's hard to... Some of the paces I've been getting have been real dire. Some of this early game RNG has been quite shit. Like, this is probably also... Yeah, this is not great. Because I had bad RNG on Nurse Push. That was good, at least. That I broke even slightly even on that is, with, like, fucked up Nurse Push, is still pretty good.
Was I breathing?
Disappointing to not get good Nurse Push RNG. But we shall play. Can you even send messages on YouTube anymore? No, you can't, like, message anyone. You certainly can't message the person making a claim. You just have to, like, file a counterclaim, and inevitably what'll happen is it'll probably time out, because I don't think anyone's checking this stuff. The thing about this as well is that, like, it's all bots. There's, like, no humans involved in the process, pretty much. Typically, when I get fraudulent claims, the first thing I try to do is I just try to, like, mute the portion of the video because I'm lazy. It's like, yes, is it annoying to have the video suddenly go mute for, like, a minute? Because this mainly applies to, like, stream archive uploads. Is the problem where I usually have this. Like, if I make a larger video and it comes back with a copyright claim after upload, I will just re-edit the video to not have that happen. If it happens post-upload, I will then be pissed. But I haven't currently had that problem. Yo, Guinea Prince, thanks for the raid. Welcome. Silent Hill 1. Hope you had a good stream. Why do people even run Silent Hill 1? It's stupid. All you do is, like, run this idiot. He can't even find his daughter? Oh, what a baby. Good. Good. It's okay. Thanks for recommending put Curie and Aquanaut to get beachside Brofay. It's been really handy to have in the Labyrinth. You can put it on any male character, which I recommend. Particularly when you get to post-game, I think it's, like, worth leveling up everyone to the point where they get, like, the big version of it, because for whatever reason, it just has, like, massive range. When it comes to healing skills in that game, there are two clear winners, and it's Brofay on the Aquanaut tree. And it's a magical concert on the idol characters. Those are the two very clear. I mean, Kasuga at least can use, like, Hero's Healing. Hero's Healing is actually shorter range, though, and it never gets a bigger one. But I guess at least with Kasuga you can use that slot for, like, something else. I don't know. Sudden RPG talk jump scare. I spent some time yesterday attacking my 3DS with isopropyl alcohol. Ah, well this has gone in a weird direction straight away. Because my buttons are bad. I've, like, complained about this before on stream. Die! Oh. No, it's doing the bug! Fix your fucking game! I hate this glitch. I didn't want to reset that. Because I want to finish a run, but the game fucked up, so I can't. That's a genuine, true blue, like, problem with the game's programming. What was the bug? Sometimes the game fucks up and the boss doesn't die. I don't have a clearer explanation of why that happens sometimes, because I don't know, but sometimes the game just fucks up.
Cheryl?
I was gonna try to finish that run, like, regardless of, like, bad RNG, but losing fucking 10 seconds to the game failing is... well, that's pointless.
Where are you going?
You stop taking damage as well at that point.
Stop.
But obviously that loses a shit ton of time if it fails that way, and it did. So, rip. Spaghetti code. I don't have a precise idea of why that happens. I just know that I see however it is I play that fight, it seems to make me the most unlucky person in the world, because I feel like I'm the person that's happened the most to. But under certain conditions, the boss can be out of health, and, like, you'll stop taking damage, so you know the fight is over, but it just won't die. And even if you shoot it again, it'll still not die. I don't know, it just fucks up. The game just fucks up. It just does it wrong. Like, it's out of health, and the game thinks the fight should be over, but it just doesn't trigger the end of the fight for some reason. I do not know why that happens.
What's going on here?
This has not been a very encouraging session. That is a really obnoxious thing to lose a run to. Actual true blue fuck up on the part of, like, the way the game is put together.
What's that? Huh, radio. What's going on with that radio?
This has not been a very encouraging session. I've lost a lot of runs to, like, dropped inputs, bad RNG, and now fucking the float stinger bug decided to make a somewhat uncommon appearance. Just a rogues gallery of, like, every way the game can just not fucking work properly today. This is that kind of thing is the reason I stopped running this game from time to time. It gets that kind of thing will really build up and make you want to just stop, because it's like, why am I running a game that doesn't work? Why am I running a game that's like so fucking incompetent on the technical level that it's RNG whether or not the game even responds to your button inputs correctly? Like, you can hold upright when going into a room and get different results. That is how fucking bad this game is put together. You can hold a button as a room loads in and get a random different result.
This sucks on ice.
It's really bad. They've had 25 years. They've had 25 years to re-release it in some capacity.
Yeah, that makes sense.
God damn it. That's why they should have remade this one first instead of 2. 2 doesn't have that problem. 2 just has the problem where the camera angle does completely different things depending on which room it's in. 2 has its own kind of brain rot. 2 has the really funny quirk where sometimes on entering a room, it caches what it thinks the camera angle is from the previous room, so all your inputs are flipped for like a second. Nothing is safe. All video games are terrible. Don't play them. Everything is bad. All things that maybe, you know, in contrast to how I started this stream, maybe do go and play that gacha game or whatever the fuck. Everything sucks anyway. Who cares? Who cares anymore? Spend your life savings on the swimsuit JPEGs. What is it even? Okay, don't do that. Maybe don't do that. Like, you know, there's still a lot of money. Maybe don't do that. You have a quirk where if you boot up Silent Hill 4 The Room, there's a high chance that you will be then playing Silent Hill 4 The Room. That's a terrible mistake, of course. Don't do it. Don't fucking do it. He was heading for me. He was aimed right at my face. He was thinking about it. He was thinking. He was having a tink. He was really tinkering his thinker. You haven't played it yet? You picked up Sound Origins PSP. You wonder if that ends up being glitchy? God's Origins. Origins has the run-killing bug where sometimes the game fucks up and deals, like, triple damage to you in a frame and you die instantly. So that there is that. Remember that happened to me on a hotfix once? Like, the first time that ever happened to me was on a hotfix where I was doing the boss strat as normal and just instantly died and was like, oh, that's not supposed to happen. That's completely wrong. Like, not even just that I died, that just did the wrong amount of damage. Very interesting. That's just not supposed to do that. Because in Origins, it's meant to have magic pixel. when you get put on, like, very low health, it will instead put you at 0 rather than just killing you instantly. And make the screen flash red, but for whatever reason, on the second boss, there's a bug that can just bypass that and instantly kill you, and it's like, cool. Very nice video game you have there. May I play it? No. Cut that kind of fine. Oh, okay. Close enough. What emulator do I use? I don't. This is a PlayStation 2. Waiting a bit long on that? Maybe. Ah, the walk. The walk. No, the walk. Wow! Hey, at least I got 2 gold splits today. Yeah, that wasn't a complete boss. I gotta chase them golds. Chibati. Light go off. Are okay, he came out swinging kind of weird. That's fine, it's okay. I'm calm. That was actually good RNG, it's just not common, so I didn't really know how to react to it. Yeah, as a general rule on this stream, I, with very, very rare exceptions, do not use emulator for speedruns. I do not like using emulator for speedruns. Good enough. Reason for not liking emulator for speedruns, pretty much no emulator past like the Super Nintendo is accurate to hardware. I remember when I was streaming Koldelka trying to test the Japanese version and DuckStation crashed 5 times. That's why I don't like it. Because for whatever reason, like, 99% of games work fine on emulator or whatever, but I always seem to pick the 1% that don't. Where is my quick turn game? Gross. That was not good. My quick turn went missing completely, and then the angle was really awkward. Well, the thing, DuckStation is a significant improvement over the previous PlayStation emulators, right? Like, before this point, everyone was using EPSXE, which is a terrible piece of software. I will say, DuckStation is definitely a bit better than that. But even so, emulator with PS... Okay, so, like, consider the case of Medieval, for instance, for PlayStation 1. There are glitches in that game that only work on emulator. They actually, like, that leaderboard has an entirely different route for emulator. Like, let alone a separate category, because there's a bunch of glitches in that game that just don't work on console, but do on emulator. That is a classic problem that many things. Like, why don't you like emulators? Because it's like, it's not the same thing at all. Or the favorite is the Toy Story 2 Buzz Lightyear to the Rescue leaderboard. I know, prestigious speed game, but that community just collectively encouraged everyone to like run on Nintendo 64 emulator because there are a bunch of glitches that only worked on that. It's also a pain because, like, this depends on the first person to get to a leaderboard. And sometimes the person who gets there first is a dumbass. And it takes infinitely more effort to, like, undo dumbassery than it does to just get it right in the first place. So you have a bunch of, like, PS2 and GameCube leaderboards where the leaderboard is in no way set up to account for the fact that emulator is lightning fast compared to console, and that's very annoying to deal with. Trocklaws, thank you for the 34 months. For leaderboard for PlayStation 1 game Pandemonium, unilaterally bans fast disk speed on PlayStation 2 because the person who set the board up is an emulator using dumbass and doesn't like the fact that that's faster than the emulator he was using. This is why you don't let emulator players run a PlayStation 1 leaderboard. Get that fucking board out of that guy's hands right now. Like, the unfortunate thing is that no one gives a shit because Pandemonium is really mediocre. So no one with a better idea of how to run the board, like, cares enough to try. But shit like that is why I'm honestly of the sincere opinion that if you shouldn't be allowed to make a leaderboard with nothing but an emulator on. Because they always make the worst ones. And PS2 emulation, like going one layer up, is in a state that is in a state of constant flux. It's even less reliable than PS1 emulator. To the point where, like, you get an update and sometimes games just stop working on the current build. I'm currently fielding this issue with the fact that I'm getting like a couple of requests to allow emulator for Shattered Memories, the Silent Hill Shattered Memories, but that game runs on like 3 different platforms and like which emulator, you know? I do not like the idea of approving PS2 emulator because it might update and break something. And then people are gonna complain at me and I'm like, I don't fucking know anything about this. I run the game on actual console, leave me alone. Part of my irritation with like emulators on speedruns is just that I don't like figuring out how to regulate them. Like as a leaderboard mod, I'm expected to know a weirdly high amount about like many emulator quirks and how running environments and like the ideal settings. And like I don't run on emulator. I don't know. Why don't you just do it the right way? Why don't you just do it properly? So much simpler. And like notably as well, you can't even submit runs done on emulator to most speedrun events. GDQ doesn't take runs done on emulator, with again extremely rare exceptions. RTA in Japan definitely doesn't. That's like right out. I don't know if RPG Limit Break does. I don't think... No, they don't either. It's the same group, roughly. Oh, fuck me. Grim. Can imagine the problem will get worse over time with legitimate consoles becoming scarcer for older titles? Not within our lifetimes. I never find that argument compelling because you're going to die before every PS2 does. Like, anyone actually trying to make that argument to me is not in the age range where that's going to be a relevant problem for them. Just get a PS2. You know, maybe in like, I don't know, 100 years when all the belt drives start to fail. Holy fire, thank you for the 7 months. But at that point, like, the problem becomes one of, like, entropy itself. So I don't need to make speedrun rule sets that are, like, rule-proof against, like, 200 years of decay. Why is that my problem? I'm not a politician. Nothing lasts forever, it's true. But for now, things are lasting. Definitely Universe is really going to put a damper on people's speedrunning. Yeah, it's like, past a certain point, I feel like I'm being asked to try to solve the fundamental problem of universal decay, and I'm like, that's a bit of a big question for a PS1 game speedrunner. I don't consider that my responsibility to manage. Now the price will go up? Yeah, it'll mean it'll get more expensive in, like, the next few decades, I suppose. Such prices are... But then again, the PS2 is, like, the most widely circulated console in human history. I don't know, in the future, maybe emulator will be the only option to run some of these games. That'll be a problem for the future runners to worry about. you know, in the future, when emulator is the only option, then I guess emulator is the only option. And that's what you do. I'll be fucking long dead before that takes place. But right now, that is not the case. I don't really think there's a reason to pretend it's the case. So I never submitted Rule of Rose? I've never played Rule of Rose. Ooh, 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 ooh. This run's not very good. I'm having difficulties. Yeah, here's the thing as well. You can just, like, get a console and burn a disc. You are allowed to play on, like, a burned disc on this... in this, like, leaderboard. We don't require you to have a real copy of the game. Like, it's not written in the rules, but there's no functional difference between a burned game and a real one. So, like, if the cost of games is prohibitive, then don't. There are options. Like, I have a proper copy, mind you. But you can just, like, burn one to disk if you want. It doesn't work. The thing is that doesn't work for Dreamcast games, unfortunately, because the format is proprietary. What the fuck? I was holding upright. It hates the console. Who gives... Who cares? We're talking about PlayStation. I don't give a fuck what Nintendo thinks about nothing. I got my jailbroken 3DS right next to me. Did you know it's actually really easy to hack your 3DS? You can do... Blah, blah, blah. I haven't played Rule of Rose because I don't have infinite time. I don't know, I just haven't gotten around to it. But digital games like OPL, that is a burgeoning technology that is increasingly becoming adopted among speedrunning communities, but it tends to be sequestered into its own category right now because the adoption rate isn't incredibly high, and also it just loads faster than real discs at the moment. But it is an option that has gained more support now than it used to have. Like, about, 3 years ago, it was definitely like, no questions, don't do that. Now, more leaderboards include it as a choice. At least as an option, a category at least. Something like that. The Silent Hill console leaderboards do, in fact. When I say console, I mean 2 and 3. Silent Hill 1 doesn't care, actually.
What's this?
It occurs to me that I don't have a specific rule about it, but if you wanted to do that, it'd be fine. Because Silent Hill 1, the load times don't make any difference to the IGT, so OPL shouldn't theoretically... There's probably some asterisks to that because this game is fucking hell. But probably doesn't matter. Probably doesn't matter. So, it's probably fine. Depends on the game, though. What about Silent Hill 4? What about Silent Hill 4? No, Silent Hill 4 has a PC port, and that's the most common way of doing runs. It doesn't... Silent Hill 4 doesn't even have a dedicated console-only leaderboard. No! No! My orangey bed. So said. You can burn Dreamcast games on CDs. The problem is that the Dreamcast games running off CDs load a lot slower than the actual hardware. I didn't actually finish the explanation of that. Dreamcast games burned to a CD load way slower than normal GD-ROMs. So if you're going to burn a disc, you're going to lose a fuck ton of time to a real hardware. That is the main reason I have been able to get world record in quite a few games on the Dreamcast, because this isn't common knowledge. Like, nowadays my Illbleed run is, like, genuinely really good, and I spent a lot of time optimizing it, but back when I first picked that game up, I kind of scammed my way into first place almost instantly because I actually had a copy of the game. Same with when I picked up Carrier. I think the only reason I got world record in Carrier on my first attempt is that I had a copy of the game, and I don't think the person I was running against did. So I was gaining minutes on loads. And I felt bad about that one because my run was visibly so much worse. But I think he did eventually buy, like, a copy, and then did a run and beat me quite soundly, so, you know. Big ups to that guy. I'm sorry, dude, I really didn't mean to do it that way. That felt really grim. Like, my run was ass. It's really bad. Need a punchy taking damage sound effect. Yeah. Oh, I just left the room. I didn't actually move forward. Very cool. Alright, that was that was excellent gameplay. This is not the one either, lads. This is not. Oh yeah, I made it into the store. Let me just fucking walk right back out. Punchy, take psychic damage. This speedrun, bad. Fuck. I think nowadays, when it comes to console, like, cartridge-based consoles, right? Flash carts, I think, are pretty commonly accepted for runs. Games emulator and official hardware still count, as in, like, Dreamcast running official disc burned ROM. Nope. That probably didn't work. Nope. Let's pretend that didn't happen. And it... What the fuck? You're clearly burrowing into metal. That's bullshit. Fucking delete yourself. Miss me with that garbage. That's fake as fuck. Mason can't fucking aim properly. Is wrong with this shit game, dude? Aim the fucking gun at the target. Epic. What the fuck is wrong with this game today, dude? Jesus Christ, was that so fucking much to ask for? Why the fuck did he just completely whiff 2 shots there? Reset because last run. Yeah, it feels kind of pointless to play this out though. Yeah, I'm bored of resetting, but at the same time, how can I not reset when the game keeps being such a fucking piece of shit like that? Like, I've been wanting to finish all these runs, but the game keeps doing really heinously stupid horse shit to me. Like, the last run that got to Float Stinger, and then the game just fucking bugged out. Like, it just broke. It just stopped working properly. Nothing I can do about that. Shit game. But, like, I've gotten, like, one run past Float Stinger this entire stream, and that's really depressing. Wow. Aquara, thank you. 14 months. I have no idea how that managed to hit me. Fuck you. Fine. I got hit twice, which is kind of shan. What PS2 do I have? Slim or the fat one? I have a Slim, specifically a 90K model. I was really scared of holding up and right there because of how it likes to drop the forward input coming off Float Stinger. You've heard 70Ks of the best loads for stuff like Jack 2? Yeah, sometimes random models of PS2 just work better for stuff. And there isn't really any logic to it. I think most runners prefer pre-Decade era PS2 surroundings with the OG PS1 CPU. I have a 70,000 model kicking around. I could try it. I don't feel like that would make any difference, though. But what if it does? That's noise. Okay, well I didn't get hit, but that wasn't much of an improvement. What if it does? What if the 7K? What if the 70K is actually the key to speed? What if it was the whole time? Huh? Oh, we didn't turn far enough. What if that's it? What if that's the reason that I can't get world record and be the coolest guy? I'm using a 90K when I should be using a 70K. Is that cope? That's probably cope. That's gotta be cope, right? Ow. What hardware is the current, like, any percent record using? Like, the console one, I mean, obviously. Do we know? Did they specify? 70K PS2. Shit! What if that is, what if that is the trick, though? Soundboards allow emu? Yes, but this isn't relevant. We're talking about consoles. Why do people keep bringing up emulator? That's not important. That doesn't help. He's using PS1 emulator. That doesn't matter. The console. Look at the console times, for fuck's sake. Clearly I'm talking about console. Why did Harry not open the fucking door? Is he stupid? Usually you can just run into that one and it'll work. For some reason, the game decided it'd be funny if it didn't this time. Shite. I have a 70k PS2, like, right there. Like, it's over. I could totally just, like, swap over to it. I totally could. It's right there. What if that is the key? What if it matters? What if it makes a difference? What if? What if that's been my problem the whole time? Imagine a world. Imagine it! Picture it. Is it really that bad? Jesus. I know, I guess it was. I bonked like fucking 4 times because the game sucks. Time to test the 70k. Maybe next session will be a 70k session. What if the game ran faster on American copy? What was the game that ran faster on American copies? Kordelka? I mean, Kordelka has a whole bunch of, like, really subtle version problems. Kordelka's a whole other story. It's a whole other thing going on there. Don't do it! Get out of the way! No! Open the fucking door, Mason! You suck! Hate how much of this run is in this dipshit's fucking hands. This guy sucks. He can't open doors properly. Bruh, get a move on. What? Are you stuck on, Mason? Thinking about 70k PS2. This is such a terrible thought. This is gonna turn into nothing. The ultimate copium huff. But what if?
A dud.
Haunted by possible. I have to know, dude. Good fight, shit. Think I'll notice a difference? Ugh. But like, does it... Surely it should make the run faster. But what if it does? Like, I don't know. I could believe anything at this point. This game seems extremely cursed, tech-wise. Like, does the hard... Like, theoretically, it shouldn't make a difference, the hardware. Ah. To anyone out of the PS2 runners who isn't using an older PS2. Is this it? Is this the reason that my times are cringe? No, this is total... No, come on. This is... Why would you tell me this information? You've ruined my life. Oh boy, I'm dying. I'm in danger. God damn it. This is really cursed. Really cursed idea. But apparently everyone else is using a 70k and I'm like the only guy using a 90. Reminds me of how like Swordfishes has better times in Gun Survivor 2 than I ever can because his game just loads faster by like a second per fucking room. There's nothing I can do about it and I have no idea what PS2 is using to get that effect. I've tested it on both a 90k and a 70k and it doesn't produce any difference. It's like, do I need a fat PS2? Is that what's going on with that one? Sorry, I tested it at some point. I tested Gun Survivor 2 on a 90 and a 70. Can you swap between them in emulator? No, why do people keep bringing up emulator? It doesn't work that way. You need the genuine article. The emulator is its own thing entirely. You guys really overestimate the power of emulator. It's not that good, and secondly, it can't, like, emulate individual models of the PlayStation 2. Cast aside any notion of using emulator for this stuff. You need the whole thing. And there's also just the fact that they're just not good enough for that, really. If you try to emulate Gun Survivor 2 on PSSX2, the game runs at like a proper frame rate constantly, which already makes it like too fast. It's hilarious. That game runs like total ass on console, but on emulator it runs at perfect 60. So people playing on emulator can do these ridiculous nonsense strats. I like how that game tried to give me the "you're not close enough, you can't use this here" message, even though that's like totally untrue. Complete lie. A bad lie poorly told. Haha, I'm in danger. Why would peeping the RAM have any input? The RAM isn't even the main thing here. The RAM layout isn't what the problem is, it's the fact that they've got a different CPU in them. The 90K and the 70K have different CPUs inside of them. The RAM has nothing to do with it. I really wish people who didn't know what they were talking about wouldn't say words. Dun dun. That might be too far to the left. No, it's fine. Hi, iPatch. To research on hardware for a job. Unless that hardware is the PlayStation 2? Shush. Move your controller joystick with hydraulic rams. How are the runs going? Honestly, quite poorly. the runs this session have been espresso depresso. Oh, fucking Jesus Christ, Mason. Let's try that again and see if the game will actually, like, listen. I tried to get real close. I grant you I tried to get real close on the first one, but everything after that was like, fucking hell, game. Can you listen to the inputs? Jesus. Ooh, fast charge. How exciting. Yeah, that was fucking espresso depresso session. So many, like, bugs and so many instances of the game just dropping inputs and the game fucking not working properly.
Cheryl!
Thank you, Daddy.
So after when you're writing one? Well, yeah, of course, but the fundamental reality of it is that basically, when it comes to speedrunning, an emulator is not very good for comparing hardware quirks. You need the hardware. Because the emulators just aren't accurate enough for that to be a useful point of comparison.
Can't leave like this.
Where is my 70k? Where is it?
Can't be
You
happening.
my 70k?
Joe.
That's a PAL unit. You're no PAL of mine. Nanda sore. Aha! No, that's American. Oh! Where is it?
Estoy soñando sí, solo imagino, todo esperando, ojalá que así no fuera, que solo otro día, no sé si me gusta, o si me espera, puedo ver tus ojos, y también tu rostro, quiero ver mi amada, y dormirme abrazada.
Where the fuck is my 70k?
No puedo dejarte y menos olvidarte, no puedo saber qué quieres de mí. Puedo tocarte, incluso verte, ven hacia mí. Vamos más cerca, puedo sentirte tan cerca de mí. No me persigas, no soporto, porque no torturas que quieres de mí. Dime quién eres, dime dónde estás, qué quieres de mí, qué necesitas de mí. No puedo saberlo, qué quieres de mí.
I found it! It's very clean too, actually. I was like certain I had one. Cringe. I'm gonna do it right now. Fuck it. Fuck it. Wait, can I? I need the power. I need the power. I don't have the power. Oh no! Scourge of God be upon ye! What's the difference in the 70k? Probably nothing. This is probably just incredible cope I'm experiencing. But apparently it is the preferred choice of hardware for basically everyone who runs the game on console except for me. I may have missed a memo or something. However, I don't seem to have the right adapter on hand at the moment. Put that over there. Where is it? Hang on. I have to look around for other bits and bobs. Fuck. Because 70Ks and 90Ks use a different fucking thing. The power. What a pain in the ass. The console is warm. Gremlin behavior. Behold, PlayStation 2. Why is this in English? This is a Japanese system, right? It said on the back it was. Ah. Wait, you can do that? What? Be Japanese, that's confusing. Just be Japanese for a moment, would you? It's helpful. Simos is dead in that console. I think that's dead in like all my consoles. このゲームは暴力シーンやし、Hey! ちょっと読んでみ? Alright, locked in. This is the instant world record. Ah, my neck hurts. Ugh. If it turns out the 70k model actually does, like, make a significant impact to the end runtime, I'm gonna be really cross.
Cheryl? Is that Cheryl?
I doubt it, though. I think it's just preferred for, like, lag reasons or something. I don't know. Maybe it's just that it's easier to find 70ks. Like, 90ks are a pain. It took me a while to track down mine.
Hey, wait! Stop!
The reason I was looking for a 90k, it loads faster on a lot of games. So for speedrun purposes, having a 90k on hand is handy. I don't know. This is, frankly, probably a ridiculous amount of copium. The fact that I actually went and, like, dug mine out of the box it was in. Just to try it right now. This 90k is rare. It was the last model, so it's, like, rarer than the Slims as a general rule. Whoops. And movements all over the place. This is the curse of 70k.
What is this? What's going on here?
He missed! Curse of 70k! God damn it. That doesn't help. Curse of 70k. If I don't world record immediately, I'm gonna ban the OC for putting this fucking thought in my brain. This is bullshit. I only thought to try this because I have both.
Cheryl? Where are you going?
I should do 2 runs at once for 160k.
Hey, wait! Stop!
This is stupid. This is stupid, like. What am I doing with myself? Sort yourself out, man. The power of the 70k bot. You know, I probably should buy a fat model at some point, just to kind of complete the set. And also because I'm sort of convinced it's... I know for a fact it's faster for Outbreak, but I don't run Outbreak, so like, why do I care? I don't know. Maybe one day I'll want to run Outbreak?
What is this?
Found a 90k Slim, $140. That's not that bad, honestly. Blessing of 70k? Blessing? Blessing? Blessing of 70k? Who? This is so dumb.
What's that?
I'm gonna allow this message, but in future don't.
What's going on with that radio?
If game is in Japanese sub and is developed in Japan, why are all the voice lines in English? Because the game's set in America. That is honestly not that rare for Japanese developed games.
This is my dream. What's happening to this place?
I will also note, by the way, that the reason that that message hit the auto mod is that the combination of the 3 letters is often considered a slur. It still dropped all 3 of my attempts to give it a walk input, so 70k does not solve that problem. I wonder if this is gonna... So there's one thing that always happens to me when I run this game on a 90k, is that the dog outside the boat never ever spawns on the way in. It always spawns on the way out, but never on the way in. It just never works on 90k for whatever reason. That enemy just fucking disappears. It's just not there. It's never there. Is it just me, or is the live stream loading better since switching to 70k? A blessing of 70k! I think that just depends on the path you take. Really? Thing is that I take the same path that I always did when I ran the game on PSTV and PS3, and it always spawned in on those consoles. But since running the game on actual PlayStation 2, it never fucking spawned in. Never. To the point where I don't know, my instinct that it might is still very strong because I, ran the game for years where it was always a thing, but it just never shows up on 90k. It's just never there. Which is an advantage, technically. Makes the game slightly easier. Despawns a whole enemy. We modem post? No, a PS2 posting. Be a PS1, PS2 versus PSTV different? Yeah, I think so. I don't think it's a model thing. But I ran this game, for... Whoa, I got stuck. I ran this game for years on PSTV, and there are a bunch of things that are somewhat different about that. When speedrunning PS2 games is loading through a hard drive or even allow these methods have better loading time than DVD and USB. You've kind of answered your own question. PSTV like the Vita micro console? Yeah, it can run PS1 games. It was how I ran this game for, years. And annoyed the shit out of everyone, because no one else had one. If this game was timed RTA, the PSTV version would dominate by a mile. And when I say RTA, I mean real time attack. Real time. People don't know what that stands for, do they? But if this game was timed using the real clock, the PSTV would dominate massively. Any advantage? Honestly, no, and I actually think it's worse. When you really start getting into, the frame war that is Silent Hill 1 at the high end, I actually think PSTV is at a significant disadvantage. What about PS1 Classic? Nah. Is that good or just emulation? It's just emulation, and it's not, a especially good one either. I don't know if it would be considered, illegal for board competition, but PS1 Classic is so poor that no one really wants to try that anyway. The reason you'd buy the PS1 Classic is for the kitsch of the unit itself. Like, it's a tiny PS1, and that's kind of cute. But that's about it. I don't think you'd use it to actually play. Curse of 70k! Honestly, given that the attempts today have been dog shit, the curse of 70k has brought some much needed levity back into my life. Curse. Oh fuck, too wide. Curse of 70k. You're right, it definitely... Yeah, the courtyard is way smoother on 70k. Like, that's real. That's a real thing. It lags a lot less in the courtyard. It's pretty smooth, actually. The fuck? That's kind of surreal. Blessing of 70k. Holy moly. Ah, still that little pause there, though. I mean, that's just, I think that's just a thing that happens to everyone, but it bothers me. Stop running, Mason! Go faster. Da! Ding, ding! Double ding. How the hell are you so invested in this now? I don't know, this is really stupid. I don't even think, like, I don't think this is real. This is just stupid. I mean, I think it's real. Like, it definitely lags in different places. But I don't think it's going to have a significant effect. I think I'm huffing copium. Blessing of 70k! Where do I get my PlayStation games? eBay, primarily. Sometimes Yahoo Auctions Japan, sometimes Amazon JP. The splits don't lie. Okay, they totally can. Given that this game is timed IGT, the splits absolutely can lie. Sometimes I finish runs that are like -2, and it turns out the run isn't a PB at all. Do I feel like it's more responsive? Not really. It's hard to say. Oh, this lags a lot less, too. Oh, that lags way less. Oh, blessing of 70k. That room especially lags definitely less. That's very noticeable. But input, it's hard to feel it. How dare you? Fart on the 70k. The run, the run. That was a little janky, but it's okay.
Cool.
Cool. Incredible stuff. I mean, don't bank on this being, like, knockout amazing. The first thing is that I do actually then have to do... Like, first we have Blessing of 70k, but then I actually have to do a good run on top of it, you know? you still actually have to, like, do the run correctly. And this is, like, not an incredibly easy speed game. Yeah, the effect of lag on certain scenes, though, it definitely does lag less in quite a few areas I've noticed so far. Which is... I see the appeal. I see the vision. If that, strictly speaking, makes the run faster, especially if when you're playing, like, well. Yeah, this runs a lot better. Like, a subtle way that I think this might matter is in just the responsiveness of pressing the button to confirm your action. That was a fucking good strafe. That was dead on. Oh, good split head RNG. Blessing of 70k. Blessing of 70k. Never knew the differences. A lot of people don't. I'll be honest with you, I knew that like the older models of PlayStation 2 had a different thing in them for PlayStation 1 games and what have you. I just didn't know that mattered. Blessing of 70k. Honestly, that was a really good score.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That strafe was pinpoint. Like, I knew it made a difference in the abstract, I just... I always prioritize loading times, but I guess for Silent Hill 1 that's not really a meaningful factor. And even then, it's not even always the case that the 90K always loads faster. I don't know. I have two consoles. I have both models of Slim because I'm an idiot. Maybe I ought to also invest in a Fat. What if the Fat is the key to Gun Survivor 2? What if? I could just ask Swordfish what model of PS2 he uses, but that would require social interaction. Also, I'd have to ask in Japanese, and that scares me. I always feel like I'm doing something wrong, because I likely am. It's a bit counterintuitive because 90K seems to be faster for PS1 games. That's generally why I use it, yeah. On average, 90K tends to be the fastest model of PS2 you can use to speedrun a game with. That lags way less. Still kind of shit. It's still not great. But definitely a lot better. I cannot deny. Blessing of 70K!
Oh god! Oh god!
Nah, it's real. It's so real.
You will give me.
It's way easier to hit that line well, because it doesn't lag like crap in that room, and that's a really important room. Alright, hospital, there's still fucking rakes of RNG to go for. Watch me, like, miss Twin Fueler one cycle and be really sad about it. Or something like that, I don't know. Yeah, see the chocolate. The Bravia TV with a built-in PS2 has to be the fastest. Oh, what if? Imagine. What a concept. Man, this is... What if... It's fucking stupid. We should just play on emulator. I'm over it. I'm over it. I'm over it. That lags less. Do you lag less? You lag a lot less. You definitely can feel it. Wide. Yeah, it's... Yeah, goddamn. You most certainly can notice. I'm gonna be honest with you, OC, I seriously thought you were exaggerating, but no, you really can feel the difference. It is quite noticeable. It's like, it's not a massive deal, but when you've run the game, like, a lot, it is definitely noticeable. In particular rooms where the 90k just runs like crap, the 70k runs less like crap. Like this room. Yeah, that's way smoother. I don't... It won't make you, like, play better? Ooh, especially if you do dumb shit like that. Very cool. That still doesn't run great. Ah, she's so far forward. Okay, I still kind of got through. That was blurst, I would say. I did not technically fail nurse push, but I would not say that was especially great. This doesn't lag like fuck either. Because that lags like fuck on 90. I think that was like probably the worst nurse push I think you could get that didn't just fail it completely. The mystical 60 FPS cutscene room. Should try a Net Yaroze PS1 next. Aren't those like hard to find?
What's this?
What is this? It's a great question. Spend all my money on PlayStations. How many PlayStations can I get before it, like, stops being for research and just starts being a problem? Got through. Blessing of 70k continues. Honestly, that was a really good hospital. it's like, it's making the 70k look better than I think it might actually be, because honestly the luck was quite good. Can't argue with the -7. I can argue a little bit. Later, Ken Dog. That was very nearly a fail. I don't know why I just faced this wall afterwards. I don't think it does anything. Curse! Just counts. One light gun away from a PB. Funny enough, the light gun thing doesn't even work in all bosses. Because there's no, like, thingy in the inventory. I mean, like, you can still do it, but it doesn't, like, result in anything. I live here now. I walked backwards. Why did I walk backwards? Dumbass. Stand your ground. Honestly, I still ended in a pretty good position. Oh, wide. Sewer RNG. This shouldn't look waste a bullet. Yeah, it spends a bullet. It's hard to call it a waste, though. It's, like, good. Yep, heard it. It's worth it, though. It's faster than, like, swapping to the handgun or whatever.
Kale, thanks for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Hi, I am Punchy. I'm speedrunning Silent Hill 1. Currently, I'm investigating using a different model of PS2. No! Curse of 70k! I probably could have made that, actually, if I committed. If I really committed to the shove through, I probably could have made that work, actually. That's okay. Despite appearances, that is actually above average RNG. That was not a throw. Look, you have to just, like, guess a line for that guy. I'm willing to bet... The thing is that... Normally he blocks more inward. But I'm willing to bet if I pushed more towards the back wall, I could have gotten that. That looked like it might have worked, but I don't know, I did not expect it to. Does this lag less? Yes, significantly so, actually. That'd be really handy for UFO. The poor performance of this area is a source of constant shitfits for me when running that one. Alright, how does it handle this area? That's still pretty bad. This still kind of shit. that still doesn't run great, huh? I guess no PS2 can handle the power of a PS1 game. Does the dog still just not spawn? Nope, the dog totally does spawn. That's a curse of 70k. That's an actual thing. The dog spawning in. I am not remember I was talking about that. I am not used to that. Because it just never appears on 90k, ever. At least with the way I take that line, that motherfucker never shows up. Don't do it, man. Be cool. You have disturbed the dirt. Grim. I couldn't even see it and I still hit it. Haha. I got the run stop. Couldn't even bloody see what I was trying to do there and I still got... Okay, so that lighthouse run was a bit shaky. Ah, why'd you do that? Hmm. Eh? Eh? Ooh, Grim. Man, is it still copium? Or is this just like a lucky run that's also good? Or is it really the blessing of 70k? Like, it's hard to argue with the fact that I've golded like 4 times this run on the very first attempt on playing 70k, but like that's all within variance. Like, I don't know, is that very likely? Huh? This is confusing, dude. I don't like it. It says -10 right there. I mean, it does, but, like, is that real? I don't like it, dude. Like, how bad am... Like, is this real? Is it just lucky? Am I gaslighting myself? I don't know. Yeah, the timer may not convey it properly, that's true. Ah, the pole. What? What does it mean? How can that be right? I mean, that was a good fight.
Yeah, that makes sense.
No, it doesn't! This is freaking me out, man. I don't like this. It's not copium. Ah, the walk. Bing, bang. I don't remember, Onigiri, I don't remember what your bet was. Ah. Give away a 70k if you PB. To whom? The splits don't lie, brother. But, okay, but no, they totally can. This is Silent Hill 1. The splits absolutely can tell lies. Like, maybe it's faster RTA, but who knows if it actually is IGT. If I was running on a PSTV, I'd have, like, monstrous splits. I'd be, like, minus 5 minutes or whatever. But it just doesn't actually manifest that way. So it could all be bullshit. Oh goodness. Solid movement there. At the very least, I feel like it's at least reasonably conclusive that 70k is at least faster RTA. we can assume that to be true. Because I feel like that's pretty damning. Does Don method work on 70k? Don. Yep. It has no weaknesses. That was a bit shaky. Don't look at the picture. Looking at the picture is curse of 70k. Blessing of 70k? Blessing of 70k? That wasn't even a good nowhere.
Daddy.
But what if the split? That's the thing though. This is actually a really good test for this because the IGT will reveal truths inherent here.
It's a world record!
Because that was honestly like a good run. Like that felt like it was good. Like there weren't many major problems.
It's a world record!
Don't be so excited so soon. The RTA we can see a big scam here. But I have to know. If it turns out, by the way, that I have been sandbagging my entire career of Silent Hill speedrunning since moving to console by playing on the wrong fucking model, I am going to I'm going to just, like, lie awake in bed tonight, staring at the ceiling and being like, fucking hell. If that actually turns out to be what has been going on here, I'm going to be so upset. Because it means I'm so fucking due a sub 30 in any percent, dude.
You use selective words.
But it also could be bullshit. It could totally be bullshit, guys. It could all be fake as fuck. All of this. This could all be fake. But that being said, at the very least, RTA definitely seems to be faster on this by a decent margin. Shut up, Esperanto! Now is no time for... The ultimate reveal. Is it copium? Is it the blessing of 70k? Show me. Blessing of 70k!
It's a world record! It's a world record!
Blessing of 70k!
Oh God!
It wasn't by as huge of a margin as the splits suggest. Definitely there's some deception. Definitely in the RTA there's a lot of deception. Because look at that, it was minus 17 on the splits, but it was minus 5 in-game.
It's a world record!
So definitely, it's not 100% representative there. But...
Oh God! Oh God!
But, I still PB'd in one fucking shot immediately after swapping console. So I don't know. Blessing of 70k was real. I definitely think it helped. That was a pretty good run, don't get me wrong. Like, I played well. And it was also pretty lucky as... Blessing of 70k is real. So if I PB by like a huge amount, I was gonna be... That seems more reasonable. That seems more reasonable. I'm honestly kind of glad I didn't PB by like fucking on the order of 15 seconds, because if I did, I was gonna be like super upset. Like, I'd have been happy, but I also would have been so angry at the idea that I've been losing like upwards of 20 to 30 seconds over using the wrong model of PlayStation 2. That would have made me so cross. It doesn't save as much time as it appears to. But the 70k model definitely... I see the appeal. I see the vision. That's a 31. We finally got it. Damn, for a session of runs that was like, honestly, espresso depresso, suddenly swapping to a 70k console completely reversed the momentum. Completely reversed the momentum, and suddenly I was in a much better mood too. Damn, dude, well, at least we get to end on a high note, huh? Yeah, if I didn't get blocked in the sewers, I would have saved that extra second and solidly taken 4th rather than tying. This is a tied 4th place. That's tied 4th place. Damn. Blessing. Blessing of 4K. I can't fucking believe that's real. Like, it's kinda real. That's kinda real. That's kinda real. That is kind of real. That is kind of real. That's sensational. That's, like, kind of real. Like, does it immediately cause you to save huge gobs of time? No. Does the benefit from having more stable performance definitely play into it? Yeah, definitely. That definitely feels like it makes a difference. Damn. Any other PS1 games that might benefit from the blessing? Not in most other PS1 games, they're timed RTA, so the load times are going to be way more important. Man. I honestly can't believe that. Swapping console in the middle of the stream like an idiot actually was the move. That's honestly incredible. I'm composing the victory tweet. You type so fast, that's why I speedrun typing of the dead. There's the victory tweet. What's my word per minute? 130. Well, time to destroy my 90k with a hammer. I don't need that anymore, obviously. No, I don't even have a hammer. There's no hammer in this house. I've got screwdrivers, but no hammer. Well, honestly, I feel... Given that this was like a nearly 8-hour stream session of runs, which is honestly, I think, the longest I've ever done runs of anything in one sitting for before. Like, goddamn. I don't usually do runs for like 8 hours in a row. Jesus fuck. Oh, the blessing. The blessing. It's real. It's kind of real. That's fucked up, but that's kind of real. Sorry, my brain is like still processing that. The idea that like, it's kind of real. It's kind of real. Like, it doesn't immediately save a bunch of time for free. Like, that's cope. It doesn't save, like, monstrously large amounts of time for nothing. But the part where the game performing better makes it easier to take more favorable lines and just processes, like, your inputs on picking stuff up quicker, that's not cope. That is real. I definitely felt that. It definitely felt like it was just easier to pilot. Also, that being said, that run was also just lucky. Like, it had good RNG. How big were those golds? Just for fun. 2 seconds. Nothing. Nothing again. Nothing. And 3. The 3 is the most ridiculous. That was probably just lag. And the fact I managed to gold the boat run is kind of silly, because my boat run was not good. It was not good. That was not ideal. I got really thrown off by the dog spawning in. There is still more that can be done with this run for sure. That wasn't a perfect run by any means, of course not. It's quite good, mind you. That was a good test case for the 70k. But man alive. As if it actually panned out that way. Might dunno. You staring up at the ceiling in bed tonight? Fortunately, no, because it doesn't make, like, a demonstrous, massive difference, and I haven't been missing out all this time. But it does definitely make the run slightly easier. In a way that, like, at my level, definitely helps. That was honestly, that was choice info. Thanks, OC, for giving me brain worms. But, like, it's real. It's totally real. It's true. It really only matters for this game because of the IGT. But yeah, that kind of works. Man, it's a good thing I just happened to have a 70k on hand, huh? He's having the thoughts. I'm having the thought. And the thought is, what about Survivor? No, that thought sucks. Don't think that thought. Forget that. That thought is trash. Disregard that thought. But how much does a fat PS2 cost off eBay? Not for this game, but for Survivor 2. NTSCJ PS2, how do I get... Damn, that's... Wow, that's £35. That's cheap as fuck. That's a slim. It's another 70k. Blessing is 70. That's so cheap. Why is this person selling a 70k for that cheap? What's wrong with it? Oh, right, this is local shipping. Some idiot has a Japanese PS2 they can't use. Yoink. I love that. PlayStation 2, PS2, fat console, Japanese, NTSCG, black, 110 volts. Yeah, because you need to use a step-down converter for the fats, because they're scary. What the fuck have you done to this one's disk drive, my dude? What are you doing? Why does it look like that? Do they normally look like that? They don't normally look like that. It's like missing the entire... What the fuck? Has some damage. No shit. The entire front panel is missing. What do you mean has some damage? If I hit you with a fucking baseball bat and you start bleeding outside the head, that is not some damage. Silver PS2? Is that okay?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Makes a lot of sense. Silver PS2? Silver PS2. Why does that feel like a risk? Anyway, the fat JP PS2s aren't expensive. They're like 30 quid. I might just for the testing, I might just get one. Be very useful for Outbreak. Doesn't run Outbreak. Ooh, games. I'm just browsing eBay now. Do that later, streamer. I'm wondering now that I've got this in my brain, I'm wondering about fat PS2 for Gun Survivor 2. It's not a PS1 game, but it's the only thing I can think of for why the loads are faster. How many PS2 games does Swordfish run, actually? Because I could absolutely see Gun Survivor being one of those. One of those ones that behaves differently, based on Yeet hardware. That's PSN. That's Orphan? Question mark. Oh, it runs quite a few things on PS2. Dead Aim as well, in particular. Intriguing. But how can you tell? Retesting all games on every PS2, absolutely. What about PS3? What about PS3? Right, well, that was a good run. I'm gonna keep those splits. Gonna become that guy, aren't you? It's not even like it's expensive to get a hold of it, though. It's not even like it's pricey. It's like 35 quid to get a fat. Like, for that price, how can you not? Come on. What if? Alright, it's nearly like, God, it's like 2:30 a.m. around here. It's time to stop. It's time to stop. That was quite a remarkable run to end the night on, I think. What a finally, for a session that was honestly espresso depresso in terms of its run quality, that was quite the note to end off on. Thank you very much for watching. If you enjoyed the stream today, drop me a follow here on the twitch.tv. I'm probably not done running Silent Hill 1 still. Blessing of 70k. There is yet more juice to wring out of that particular orange, I think. God, how dumb. How dumb is that? Ah, fun. Fun. Yeah, also social media stuff, blah-de-da. Join the community Discord, follow me on Twitter for stream announcements. And other stuff. Which I feel the need to announce there. And also check out my YouTube. Obviously, if you're watching on the YouTube, because I dual stream on both channels, this will seem a bit strange to you, but I'm posting my YouTube link in the Twitch chat, so that people who've watched me on Twitch know that I also make videos. I'm making one right now. It's not about speedrunning. I do completely different things on the YouTube. I'm a man of many disciplines, you know. Have a good time. Anyway, cool. I'm going to send you guys on the Twitch end over to Nub Zombie. They're playing Silent Hill Homecoming, which is a game I don't run. I would like to at some point, but I've always found this run really difficult. I just don't get it. I remember the one time I tried to learn this run, it, like, honestly really hurt my hands, so I just had to stop. Constantly, like, pressing the trigger in and out, in and out, in and out. That shit, like, really got to me after a while. I was like, this is, like, the most my hands have ever hurt playing a game before. Alright, thank you very much for watching. Nice to end off on a high note. God, it's late. Wow, I've stayed up past my bedtime. Nighty-night. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.